Thank you for coming down to the Metropolitan Planning Commission meeting. We'll call the August 1st, 2018 Metropolitan Planning Commission meeting to order. Appreciate everybody coming down. I do want to say just a few things before we start. There's a lot of people here today. So, well, let me say this. So, thank you for talking out loud. It reminds us that this is a professional meeting. And if we have any outbreaks from either side, we'll ask you to leave. We'll stop the meeting, and we'll conduct business professionally in this meeting. So I want to make that clear. I do appreciate you all coming down. And so we'll get started with our agenda. So welcome here today. I also want to remind everybody tomorrow is Election Day. I hope everybody goes out and votes in the polls. And so our first order of business is the adoption of the agenda. Commissioners, have you all looked at the agenda? Any edits, additions? We'll need a motion to approve.
So moved.
There's been a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And the agenda is adopted. We're on item C, the approval of the June 28th, 2018 minutes. These were mailed to you earlier, Commissioners. Any questions, edits, additions? Seeing none, we'll need a motion to approve the minutes. It's been a motion to approve and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the June 28th minutes are adopted. Now we are on to the recognition of the council members, which is item D. And I saw we do this as we see the council members come in the room. And so we first saw Councilman Sledge. Where you want to speak now, or?
I'll wait.
You'll wait? Okay. Thank you, Councilman, for coming down. Councilman Glover, where is Councilman Glover? You want to speak now or later?
Now, if you don't mind.
Come on up, Councilman. Welcome. We appreciate you coming down.
Thank you. Do I? No, there we go. Well, first of all, Chair, thank you for sitting down, because I'm sure I'm going to shock you what I'm about to say. Chair, first of all, thank you for allowing us to speak. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Director, thank you. Members of the commission and board, thank you. You know, I really have debated the issue, and you know what I'm here to talk about, the fairgrounds, okay? And I've really rolled this through my mind a million different ways. I've thought about it 1,000 different ways. And the answer I keep coming up with is the people voted in 2011. And there was a referendum that we have varying opinions on. And I thought, well, do I come in and talk to you about that, or do I talk about what your job is? Well, you know what your job is. I don't need to tell you what your job is. Your job is to determine, can you rezone it or not, and then hand it off to the council. And so the conclusion I came up with is hand it off to the council. We're the ones elected by the people. We're the ones who have to answer to the people. We're the ones who have to explain why our city couldn't do cost of living adjustments last year. We're the ones who have to explain why our debt service is completely out of control. We're the ones who will have to explain why we're going to add another $4 million minimum to debt service on this. And so, you know what? Do what you do. I appreciate what you do, because you volunteer your time. And so, therefore, I am grateful and I am thankful for that, Chair, and members of this commission. I am. We who are elected by the people, we choose to do that, as do you. But for the most part, you know, you don't get out and knock on the doors and do the various things. The mayor recommends, we appoint, and we do what we do. We, on the other hand, are elected by the people to represent the people. And so, therefore, I think what you're doing today, there's no doubt in my mind it's going to be approved. No doubt. And so, therefore, I think it does need to come to the council, because I think it needs serious debate. I think it needs to, I think we need to understand the full impact of what it will mean for the citizens of Nashville, and how much more do we want to take out of their pocketbook to pay for toys. Because that's exactly what we're about to do if we end up going down this path. I realize a lot of people think it's a good economic move for the city. I've run the numbers 1,000 times. I don't see it. keep waiting for somebody to prove me wrong. They haven't yet. So with that, thank you for indulging me. I will tell you that the bill that I've got on a policy change on Central Pike, I do believe I'm following the way it should be done. I'm asking to change the policy first and then go back in and deal with what might be done and then do a rezoning piece. But at this point, no land's been surplused yet. It's before you. No commission, no council has surplused the land yet. So I really have to ask, what exactly are we rezoning? Because I'm not certain. Because as of right now, nothing by any member of any board or any council member has rezoned or actually has surplused the property yet. So I think we basically have done, and I hate to use this because, gosh, both sides do, and both sides say it, but we basically have said, fire, aim, ready. And I believe that's the sequence of where we are. Chair, thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate you coming down. We saw Council Lady Allen. Where's we saw? Is she?
She's going to wait.
She's going to wait. Okay.
Just listening, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Council Lady. Thank you for coming. Councilman Hager, come on up. Welcome. Appreciate you coming down.
Thank you all for allowing me to be here tonight. I have two bills on the agenda. I have 2018 CP 014005. This is a change of the Donaldson Hermitage Oak Community Plan Amendment. It's on the consent agenda. And what happened here, this is part of the old Rayon City area, and we had a developer come in and started building what they call the two tall skinnies, because it was zoned to R type zoning. So it got everybody upset. So we had 2 or 3 community meetings about it. So we're amending this plan. On part of it will go to what they call neighborhood maintenance. Other part of it will stay evolving neighborhood. Some of the property will go to R6A, and a lot of the property will go to RS. So I'm asking y'all to approve that tonight, and I appreciate y'all's time and commitment to serving the people here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate it. And I didn't see any other council members. I want to make sure we get everybody. All right, I think that concludes the council members. So now we are on item E, which are the items for deferral withdrawal. Lisa.
The following items are on the deferral or withdrawal list. Item 2A, 2018 CP 006001, a request to amend the Bellevue Community Plan. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 9th Planning Commission meeting. Item 2B on page 5 of your agenda, 2018 SP 043001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 9th, 2018 meeting. Item number 3 on page 6 of your agenda, 2018 SP 017001. The Glendale and Scenic SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 9th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 4 on page 6 of your agenda, 2018 SP 024001, the 1207 Pierce Road SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 23rd Planning Commission meeting. Item number 5, 2018 SP 035001, Elm Hill Place SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 13th Planning Commission meeting, and I will note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. Item number 7, 2018 S 084001 on page 7 of your agenda. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 9th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 8, 2018 S 093001 on page 7 of your agenda. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 9th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 9 on page 7 of your agenda, 2018 S 045001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 23rd Planning Commission meeting. Item number 13, 2018 SP 045 on page 8 of your agenda. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 23rd Planning Commission meeting. Item number 14, 2018 S117-001, the 3700 Woodlawn subdivision on page 8 of your agenda. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 9th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 18, 2018 Z061PR001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 9th Planning Commission meeting, and I will note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. Item number 22, 2018 Z072PR001 on page 10 of your agenda. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 23rd Planning Commission meeting. And item number 23, 2018 Z073PR001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 23rd Planning Commission meeting. And I would like to note that the location of the August 23rd Planning Commission meeting has not been determined at this time. We will know on Friday, August 3rd, and it will be posted on our website.
Thank you very much. So, Commissioners, you've heard the items for deferral withdrawal, but let's go through these slowly. Lisa, make sure that we get these correct. We have items 2A, 2B, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 18, 22, and 23. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Commissioners, you've heard those items. Is there a motion to defer?
So moved.
There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Those items have been deferred. Now we're on to the consent agenda, which is item F. Lisa?
As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. As noticed to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda. Item number 10, 2018 CP 014002 on page 7 of your agenda, the Donaldson Hermitage Old Hickory Community Plan Amendment. It's a request to amend the community plan by changing from residential corridor to neighborhood center, from residential corridor and neighborhood center to community center on various properties along Central Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 11A, 2018 CP 014005, Donaldson Hermitage Old Hickory Community Plan Amendment. It's a request to amend the plan by changing from neighborhood evolving to neighborhood maintenance on various properties located along Reimer Court, North Star Court, River Landing, and other streets in Rayon City. Staff recommendation is to approve. The associated case, item 11B, 2018 Z069PR001. It's a request to rezone from R6. Sorry, item number 10 has been pulled from consent. 11B, 2018 Z069PR001 on page 8 of your agenda, a request to rezone from R6 to RS5 and from R10, R15, and AR2A to RS10 on various properties located within Rayon City. Staff recommendation is to disapprove as submitted and approve with a substitute ordinance. Item number 12, 2018 SP 038001, 5700 California Avenue SP, a request to rezone from CS to SP on properties located on 57th Avenue North and California Avenue to permit 80 multifamily residential units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 15, 2017 Z089PR001, a request to rezone from SP to R6A for property located on Joseph Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 16, 2018Z053PR001, a request to rezone from IR to MULA for properties located on Hagan Street. Staff recommendation is to approve, and I would note that Commissioner Blackshear has recused herself from that item. Item number 17, 2018Z057PR001, a request to rezone from MUNA to CN zoning for properties located on McFerrin Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 19, 2018Z062PR001, a request to rezone from RS5 to R6 for property located on Arrington Street. R6A for property located on Arrington Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. 2018Z067PR001, a request to rezone from RS5 to R6A for property located on 26th Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to approve. And item number 21, 2018Z071PR001, a request to rezone from IR to MUG zoning for property located on Great Circle Road. Staff recommendation is to approve. Under other business, item 24, an employee contract renewal for Karimi Sharp. And item 28, to accept the director's report and approve administrative items.
All right, Commissioners, thank you, Lisa. You've heard the items for the consent agenda, and I'll go through these. And item 10 was pulled off, so that starts with item 11A, 11B, 12, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 24, and 28. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Commissioners, you've heard those items for the consent agenda. Any discussion? We'll need to take a vote, so is there a motion to approve? Motion to approve, and a second? Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the consent agenda is adopted. So that means for everybody in the audience that we will be considering items 1A, 1B, 6, and item 10. We've taken care of all the other items, so if you're not here for one of those items, you can ask a staff person, one of our staff team. Appreciate everybody coming down for that. All right, so we are on item 1A.
Item 1A is a request to amend the South Nashville Community Plan. There is an associated zoning case that will be presented next. The request is to change the land use policy for the 10 acres outlined in red on a portion of property at the fairgrounds. Staff recommends approval of the policy change. The fairgrounds site is of great importance in our city and is strategically located in the urban core of Nashville, 2.5 miles south of downtown, wrapped by 3 interstates and Nolensville Pike, and surrounded by several well-established, densely populated neighborhoods such as Wedgwood Houston, Vine Hill, Melrose Heights, and the city of Berry Hill. From this vantage point, you can see the fairgrounds in the foreground and the proximity to our downtown, and a number of the current uses on the site, which bring significant crowds, including the Speedway, the flea market, the State Fair, and numerous expo events. There's also current significant investment at the fairgrounds with Fair Park, which is 46 acres along the south and eastern portion of the site, being developed as trails, soccer fields, and a dog park, among other amenities. This slide shows the existing conditions of the plan amendment site. You can see pavilions and expo buildings associated with the fairgrounds operation and some office and storage facilities associated with the Speedway, along with a number of surface parking lots. Here's some on-the-ground photos of the plan amendment area. The gray area outlines the associated rezoning for the same site, which is to go from industrial warehousing distribution to specific plan mixed use. As background, in November 2017, the Metro Council passed a resolution authorizing the use of revenue bonds for an MLS stadium to be located at the fairgrounds. One of the goals of the resolution was to develop a 10-acre site around the stadium, subject to the approval of a specific plan rezoning. This 10-acre site is the subject of this plan amendment and associated rezoning request. No other parts of the fairground property are under review with this application. While the Planning Commission is reviewing only the site outlined in blue on this image, the entire fairgrounds property has been part of an extensive planning process. In order to accommodate the 10-acre mixed-use development and make updates to the fairgrounds improvement plan, a public engagement process was developed, and a design charrette was held, facilitated by the Nashville Civic Design Center in May and attended by over 230 people. Planning staff attended the workshops sessions on May 17th. The image on this slide shows the map participants worked with during the charrette to address the provision for all existing and proposed uses at the fairgrounds. Major themes that emerged during the charrette included the overall accessibility and connectivity of the site, parking, traffic flow and management, green space and open space, respect for surrounding neighborhoods, safety and security, and the maintenance of the flea market and other traditional fairgrounds uses. The design team incorporated feedback from the charrette and updated the fairgrounds improvement plan. As the commission that establishes policies, rules, and regulations for the governance of the fairgrounds, the Fair Board approved the fairgrounds improvement plan on June 12th, and that graphic of the approved plan is on your slide. The plan outlines the location of existing and intended uses, including the location of the 10 acres of mixed-use development subject to this application, which is outlined in blue. The appropriate policy for the 10 acres was determined in coordination with planning staff following the charrette process. Determination was primarily based on 4 factors. Number 1, the public input from the charrette on the desired land uses. Number 2, on the surrounding T4 urban transect and the character of what is being built in the surrounding neighborhoods. This photo is an image of a new mixed-use building in Wedgwood, Houston, to show the form of the character of what is being built around the fairground site. Third factor we took into consideration was best practice research on successful mixed-use districts around sports stadiums. And fourthly, the ability of the policy to provide guidance on how to appropriately transition uses and intensities. This image illustrates that transition from more intense to less intense uses. For this subject properties site, that would be from a speedway to the proposed intensity of a community center, to the neighborhood centers, to the single-family and two-family neighborhoods that abut the fairgrounds. Based on these factors, T4 Urban Community Center was deemed to be the most appropriate policy to create a destination and link all users and neighborhoods. Therefore, the proposed change is to go from open space and district impact policy to T4 Community Center in order to support the associated rezoning to permit a mix of uses. The majority of the fairgrounds property and the subject site is in open space policy in the green on your slide. There's a small portion of gray, which is for district impact. Mixed use is not compatible with either of the existing policies. The surrounding policies include neighborhood centers to the north and west of the site, and neighborhood evolving for Wedgwood Houston primarily, and neighborhood maintenance for Vine Hill. To go into detail on the existing and proposed policies, open space policy is intended for areas that contain a variety of active and passive recreational activities on publicly owned land. In this instance, open space policy was applied to account for the publicly accessible recreational uses that abound with the fair, the expo, the speedway, and the future fair park. Other examples of this policy include Centennial Sportsplex and the Ascend Amphitheater. District impact is intended for areas that are zoned to accommodate a concentration of a singular impactful use. In this case, it was applied to the Nashville Speedway. Other examples of this policy include airports and large amusement and entertainment complexes. The proposed T4 Urban Community Center policy is intended to create intense mixed-use areas that provide goods and services to meet the needs of the larger surrounding urban area. Characteristically, urban community centers are served by multiple modes of transportation. They have highly connected street networks that accommodate sidewalks, bicycles, transit, and cars. They have an urban built form, meaning they're built to the sidewalk, oriented to the street, with minimal spacing between buildings, parking behind those buildings, and articulated facades. There are a wide variety of people who are interested and passionate about this site. These interests include neighbors, flea market vendors, speedway users, and other users of the fairgrounds. Many of those interests were represented at a South Nashville Action People neighborhood meeting and at the Planning Department required plan amendment meeting. Approximately 30 attendees, predominantly from the Wedgwood-Houston neighborhood, attended the SNAP meeting on June 18th. Most of those in attendance were in favor of the proposal. This was closely followed by the Planning Department required plan amendment community meeting on June 27th, which around 30 people also attended. 6 of those were from the surrounding neighborhoods, and of those who spoke, 2 were in support of the policy change. The majority of the attendees were flea market vendors or otherwise associated with the flea market and were not in support of the plan amendment or rezoning. However, discussion did not center on the appropriateness of the T4 Community Center policy. Primary topics of conversation revolved around the entire fairgrounds improvement plan and focused on the proposed location of the expo facilities, how flea market vendors will be accommodated within the 10-acre site, overall parking provision and capacity of the fairgrounds, and concerns with regard to the speedway use. Given the intent and characteristics I described earlier of T4 urban community centers, staff believes the proposed amendment area is a suitable location for this policy, primarily for the following 4 reasons. The context of this site, the connectivity and multimodal transportation infrastructure in place or planned, and the use and built form characteristics of community centers. Elaborating on the context of the site that I outlined at the beginning, this is from an area-wide perspective, our growth and preservation concept map from Nashville Next. The dark orange is highlighting the Tier 1 centers. The site in the purple star is less than a quarter mile from 2 Tier 1 centers. These centers are intended to be the most intensely developed parts of our city that are home to a mix of housing, shops, jobs, and parks. And infill development is encouraged along corridors and around these centers, such as at sites like the fairgrounds. From an immediate context perspective, the fairgrounds are home to a number of existing uses that bring large crowds, including the flea market, the state fair, the other expo events, and the speedway. Future uses, including Fair Park, currently under construction, and the future location for the MLS Stadium, will both also bring large crowds to this site. The T4 Community Center policy will allow for the provision of an intense mix of uses to serve visitors and those who reside on and around the site. This slide shows a map of our major and collector street plan for the area. The red lines show arterial boulevards, and the purple lines are collector avenues. The images on the side, beginning with Wedgwood-Houston, is a 4-lane arterial boulevard. The central image is Nolensville Pike, which is a 5-lane arterial boulevard. And the bottom image is Craighead. It's a 4-lane collector avenue. Bransford Avenue is also a 2-lane collector avenue, and the streets in gray are all local streets. The major and collector street plan also calls for an additional connection from east to west through the fairgrounds to connect to Murfreesboro Pike. All of these streets show the site as a well-connected and well-served location. Number 3, multimodal transportation. These community centers are intended to be served by multiple modes of transportation and accommodate sidewalks, bikeways, vehicles, and existing or planned transit. This slide shows that there is existing bus service along Martin and Bransford Avenues, along the western edge of the fairgrounds, and BRT Light runs along Nolensville Pike. High-capacity transit stops are proposed and in motion for Nolensville and Walsh, and Nolensville and Glen Rose. The Glen Rose intersection is also proposed to have a neighborhood transit center. Would be approximately 1 mile from the subject site. These transit centers are proposed to be located throughout the region to act as hubs that provide connections between local and regional services without having to go downtown. The dashed line that you see is for a priority greenway that's under construction with the Fair Park project. And the lime green on surrounding streets is highlighting existing sidewalks. Number 4, this slide is illustrating some of the urban design considerations that go into determining the appropriate land use policy. We expect to see a mix of building types in community center areas with preference given to vertically mixed-use buildings, as shown in this image at the Melrose Community Center at 8th and Craighead to the west of the subject site. Residential land uses are intended to serve as a transition to the adjoining lesser intense policy areas. Development at the subject property should respond appropriately to the transition from commercial to residential as you travel west along Benton, with building height, scale, and massing decreasing from the Speedway to the community center to the neighborhood center and to the single-family neighborhoods. The building form is to be in character with the existing urban development pattern in terms of its mass orientation and placement. Buildings are oriented to the street with articulated facades, shallow and consistent setbacks, and minimal spacing between. These building forms engage the public realm and create a pedestrian-friendly environment that encourages people to live, work, shop, and dine in the center. Typical building heights are up to 5 stories, where taller buildings are found along streets that are sufficiently wide to avoid the effect of a building overshadowing the street. The appropriate height is based on the building type, location, architectural elements, and surrounding context. In this context, punctuations of heights greater than 5 stories may be appropriate given the site's adjacency to the proposed soccer stadium. T4 Community Center policy is applied to areas most commonly within the T4 Urban Transact that are situated to serve as mixed-use centers for the surrounding urban community, and where the center's intensification is supported by surrounding existing or planned residential development, adequate infrastructure, and adequate access. All of these characteristics are present at the subject site. The property is prominently located within the urban core of Nashville, well served by interstates, major arterials, and collector avenues, as well as by existing and proposed transit, sidewalks, and greenways. T4 Community Center policy provides an opportunity for creating a vibrant mixed-use destination adjacent to a future MLS soccer stadium within walking distance of multiple other well-attended existing and proposed uses at the fairgrounds. Therefore, staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So before we get started, I do want to just say, we have to do the SP. So Commissioners, what we're going to do is, as you know, we have a policy change, then we'll hear the SP together. So we're going to hear that presentation, and then we'll vote on them separately. And that's traditionally what we have done. So now we're on to the SP. Thank you.
Yes. The next item on the agenda is item 1B. The request is to rezone from IWD to specific plan zoning to permit a mixed-use development. Staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions as subject to the approval of the associated plan amendment. The site is located at 300 Rains Avenue, east of the terminus of Benton Avenue. You can see Nolensville Pike here to the northeast, and then Craighead borders the site to the south. As a point of reference, this is the existing speedway, as Anna pointed out earlier. The project site consists of a 10-acre portion of the fairground site and is currently developed with multiple pavilions and exposition buildings associated with fairgrounds operations and some office and storage facilities associated with speedway operations. No other parts of the fairgrounds property is under review as a part of this application. The property is currently zoned industrial warehousing and distribution, which is intended for a wide range of warehousing, wholesaling, and bulk distribution uses. A wider look at the area shows the site located within a larger area of IWD zoning associated with the fairgrounds, with mixed office and residential zoning to the south. Surrounding properties to the north consist of 1- and 2-family zone properties, along with a series of residential specific plans. The site is predominantly within the open space policy, however, a portion lies within the district impact policy area. The applicant has requested a plan amendment to change the land use policy to T4 Urban Community Center, as you just heard Anna present. In staff's evaluation of the plan, a number of factors were analyzed to ensure compatibility and consistency with the land use policy. These factors included the appropriate distribution of uses on the site, high levels of connectivity, design and orientation that meets the urban form and pedestrian realm, and providing thoughtful transitions to less intense policies. This slide shows the proposed conceptual layout within the context of the overall fairgrounds site. As previously mentioned, the request before you is a mixed-use specific plan for a 10-acre portion of the fairgrounds property. The existing speedway is located immediately east of the site, while Fair Park is currently under construction further south on the property. No other parts of the fairgrounds property are under review as a part of this application. The proposed SP is a regulatory plan. However, a series of conceptual site layouts and exhibits that coincide with the proposed standards are included. The plan proposes a mixed-use development allowing all uses permitted in the MUGA zoning district, with the exception of select prohibited uses as noted in the plan. The plan is divided into 3 blocks situated at the corners of the proposed intersection of Benton Avenue and Rains Avenue. Uniform bulk standards are provided for all 3 blocks, providing floor area and design requirements which will regulate the form of development. The plan designates portions of the development as a plaza zone, which responds to the proposed plaza at the intersection of Benton Avenue and Rains Avenue. These areas are intended to provide higher intensity development along the street and at prominent intersections. A separate designation is made for portions of the plan to be active use priority zones. These areas are identified as priority locations required to be occupied by active ground floor uses. Heights will be limited to a maximum of 8 stories and 118 feet within the defined plaza zone, and 6 stories and 90 feet for the remaining areas of the plan. This slide illustrates the proposed conceptual street layout. Access to the site is provided primarily from Benton Avenue, or from the Benton Avenue extension, which ties into Wedgwood Avenue to the north and Bransford Avenue to the west. The plan proposes improvements to Wedgwood Avenue across the entire site. Benton Avenue and Rains Avenue are identified to be enhanced pedestrian priority streets per the proposed plan. These streets are intended to prioritize the safe movement of pedestrians and cyclists while implementing design strategies that slow vehicular traffic. Structured parking is provided in all 3 blocks with an allowance of minimal surface parking at the rear or interior of the site. All proposed uses will meet the parking requirements of the Metro Zoning Code. This map shows the site within the Growth and Preservation Concept Plan per Nashville Next. As you can see, the project site is in proximity to multiple Tier 1 centers, shown here highlighted in the deep orange color. The plan achieves multiple goals of the land use policy. Some of these goals include the creation of attractive and functional streetscapes, enhanced connectivity and expansion of a neighborhood street network, and thoughtful transitions to less intense policy areas. Additionally, the plans include significant traffic improvements as noted on pages 17 through 19 of your staff report. These improvements include the realignment of existing streets, road widening, installation of traffic signals, and enhanced bicycle and pedestrian facilities. In conclusion, staff finds that the plan is consistent with the proposed land use policy and recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions subject to approval of the associated plan amendment. This completes staff's presentation. However, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. So before we open the public hearing, there's a lot of people here, and there are folks on both sides, and I want to give all of us some reminders and suggestions for the public hearing. Is number one, we always are professional, so we ask that you be professional. Now, what does that mean? It means things like no yelling, no shouting, address the chair, be respectful, and discuss the issue. Also, a reminder for each speaker, you have 2 minutes, and you need to state your name and your address for the record. If you don't, I'll ask you to do that if you forget. The applicant has 10 minutes to speak per our rules. And we also ask that when we ask for each side to come up and speak, to line up in the middle so that you'll be ready to speak so that we can move through this fairly quickly. I also remind everybody to say, try not to repeat yourself from the other speakers. And I also want to remind you that we really appreciate everyone, no matter what side you're on, for coming down and expressing your opinion on this particular issue. So again, be respectful, and we do appreciate you coming down. So, Commissioners, we'll open up the public hearing, and we welcome the applicant to come on up, and you have 10 minutes, and you also have 2 minutes of the 10 you can reserve for rebuttal. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. I'm Laura Womack, Executive Director of the Fairgrounds, Nashville. I reside at 620 Sugar Mill Drive in Nashville. With me is Ned Horton. He is the Chairman of the Board of Fair Commissioners, and we are here as applicant for the request that you have in front of you to change both the land use policy and rezone 10 acres of the property located at 300 Rains. The 10 acres under consideration are a critical piece of the Major League Soccer Stadium financing plan brought before Metro Council, the Fair Board, and the Sports Authority last year. Last October, the Fair Board voted unanimously in support of a resolution to construct a stadium and related amenities, including the 10 acres of mixed-use development. In November, Metro Council approved a resolution expressing their intent with conditions to move forward with construction of the stadium and 10 acres of mixed use at the fairgrounds. In March of 2018, Fair Board directed me to study the potential relocation of the Fairgrounds Expo facilities and mixed use from what was originally proposed to ensure the plan was most advantageous for the fairgrounds. This past May, we began an intentional and focused community engagement effort that was facilitated by the Nashville Civic Design Center regarding the new site plan with a 4-day workshop, 2 public meetings, 2 open studio sessions, a flea market vendor workshop, and a community meeting hosted at the fairgrounds by Metro Planning staff. Along the way, the Fair Board has received regular status and input updates and has received public input at each monthly meeting. In June, the board passed unanimously a site plan which locates the fairgrounds facilities in the lower portion of the property to the north of the Speedway. Stadium remains on the hill as originally proposed, and the mixed use located between the two and transitions and connects the 2 facilities, accommodating the grade change. There were several benefits gained with this site plan, including the ability to build new, modernized facilities prior to any demolition, which would ensure minimal disruption to our event business, including the flea market. The cost to construct in this space is significantly lower, and the eventual coordination of events and shared use of space. The Fairgrounds Exposition space will have comparable square footage as we have today, along with covered and uncovered outdoor spaces. There also will be shared civic spaces and plazas in utilization of the stadium for both fairgrounds and Metro events. The Fair Board most recently approved unanimously a ground lease with the Sports Authority for the stadium and will consider the ground lease for the 10 acres at their next meeting. Fairgrounds Nashville hasn't seen significant investment in decades. We are now presented with a plan to invest substantially in the fairgrounds, integrate new uses, and draw even more people to experience the fairgrounds.
Hello, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Ned Horton, and I live at 2006 Ridley Boulevard on the corner of Benton Avenue. Benton would run right across, if the interstate hadn't cut it off, it runs right across. I live in the Woodland and Waverly neighborhood and have for the last 25 years. I've served the Board of Fair Commissioners for 10 years, been chairman for 5, haven't missed a meeting. And so, I've seen a lot of controversy, a lot of change, a lot of proposed change that didn't happen. And this is an opportunity that I like to speak in favor of. Our board has voted unanimously on several votes pertaining to this proposal. And I would just like to say I think it's good for the fairgrounds, it's good for the city of Nashville, and I bring a lot of new people to the area, to our facility, and it'll give us new events to have and some exciting new future at our 117 acres that we are running. So thank you very much.
Good evening. My name's Hunter G. I reside at 713 Benson Street in Nashville. I'm an architect and principal of Smith G Studio. We've been working on behalf of Nashville Soccer Holdings with Laura and her design team to develop the plan. Our role has been specifically related to the 10 acres of mixed-use development, though the plan is the result of a truly collaborative effort and an intentional, transparent process. I'd like to thank the planning staff, Public Works, and other agencies for working with us throughout the process. Their input and critique has helped shape the plan and the SP zoning. I'd also like to thank SNAP for hosting our neighborhood presentation and nearby neighbors and residents from across Davidson County who participated in the many public meetings. The plan that was derived from this public process and that the Fair Board approved is good for the fairgrounds, good for the neighborhood, and good for Nashville. The plan accommodates all current fairgrounds uses, will bring more people to the fairgrounds, will enhance the overall fairgrounds experience, and will enhance the neighborhood. The plan identifies the best location for each of the proposed uses at the fairgrounds. The new expo building and the soccer stadium will anchor each end of a promenade along which restaurants and retail will line the sidewalks. The promenade connects a series of plazas at the expo, the speedway, and the stadium, which together, as illustrated in the exhibit that was handed out and on this board, will serve as additional vendor space for the flea market and other expo events. That was one key piece of input that we got from the flea market vendors, is the desire to use additional land beyond the expo land that had been identified on the plan. It will also serve to carry on a great Major League Soccer tradition, the pregame processional where the team and soccer fans gather and march to the match. The 10 acres of mixed use is located along the promenade to support and serve all of the fairgrounds uses. It's envisioned as a place for activity not only for events and games, but also on non-event days. It'll bring vitality to this corner of the neighborhood and to this segment of Nolensville Pike, offering nearby residents, commercial services, entertainment, and places to eat within walking distance. The plan provides for a 30-foot D3 buffer, landscape buffer, which is the most dense landscape buffer in the zoning ordinance. In addition, a service lane will further separate the properties. The mixed-use buildings will be over 50 feet away from the rear property line of the adjacent properties. The SP requires the development to meet parking regulations of the Metro Zoning Code, which means enough parking will be provided on the 10 acres to fully serve the mixed use. Now, regarding the policy, clearly the existing policy supports neither the council's resolution for 10 acres nor does it support the Fair Board approved improvement plan. This proposed policy is consistent with both. This area is already identified, as the staff pointed out, as a commercial node. Properties immediately adjacent to the 10 acres have mixed-use policy and are zoned for commercial uses. This policy serves the need for additional commercial services for the Vine Hill and Wedgewood Houston neighborhoods. This policy helps fill a gap between the neighborhood and Nolensville Pike, which currently is characterized by acres of asphalt with no sidewalks, bike lanes, or curb and gutter. This policy offers a buffer and transition between the local neighborhood and the fairgrounds uses. The policy supports Nashville Next's goals of providing walkable neighborhoods, a mix of uses, choices in housing, and concentrated development near transit corridors. And this policy will greatly enhance the fairgrounds experience, will greatly enhance the fairgrounds aesthetics, and will serve to make our fairgrounds more successful than it is today. Finally, the council resolution called for specific plan zoning. That's why we're here today. We think on its merits, this plan is the right plan. This policy is the right policy. We're in agreement with all the conditions set forth in the staff report. Our engineers are here to answer any questions, and we'd like to reserve the remaining time for our rebuttal. Thank you.
You'll have a minute and 35 seconds, so we'll note that. And before we get started with the fors and the against, I want to make sure that the commissioners and the public are fully aware of what our role as the Planning Commission is. So our Metro attorney is willing to tell us what our role is so that everybody has a clear understanding of that.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The decision before you is whether to recommend rezoning of the 10 acres that is the subject of the application today. The other decision that is a related decision that is before you is whether you will amend the general plan and amend to amend the community plan, which is part of the general plan, to allow for this rezoning. There are a lot of moving parts to this particular project. The Metro Fair Board, which you've heard about, has a part to play. The Sports Authority has a part to play. The Planning Commission has a part to play, and the Metro Council ultimately has a part to play. And each one of those entities has a different part and may have a different review process for their piece of the puzzle that makes up this entire project. The only thing, however, and you may hear a lot of comments about those things tonight, but the only thing that this board is charged with tonight is determining whether or not to recommend a rezoning for the 10 acres that is the subject of the application, and whether or not to adopt the associated plan amendment. The associated plan amendment will require 6 votes in order to be passed this evening by this commission. The SP rezoning request will require 5 votes. The basis, as outlined in your rules, Section 7H, of your rezoning, of any rezoning, is whether or not it is consistent with the overall intent and goals of the general plan. So those are the things to keep in mind.
Thank you, very helpful. So now we are on to anyone in the audience. So the applicant will have 1 minute and 35 seconds for rebuttal. And now we are on to anyone wishing to speak in support. And if y'all would come on up, line up, and it's a reminder that you have 2 minutes, and please state your name and your address. So come on up. If y'all would line up, and that would be great. All right. So I know that everybody wants to talk about why soccer is good, why soccer is bad, but we are here really, as the attorney said, to consider the community plan amendment and the rezoning. So come on up.
Ready? Okay, my name's Adam Lanning. I live on Moore Avenue in the Wedgwood, Houston neighborhood, literally football field from this project. I'm in support of it. I believe it's going to do great things for the neighborhood, jobs, the walkability. It's just everything about it that I've seen is a positive. I don't see any negatives. I'm sure there's some people that are going to have some negatives. One thing I do have to say that it's kind of related but unrelated. It's the soccer stadium portion of this. Is Nashville, if Nashville 100%, I've heard rumors of a baseball team maybe. Is there any chance to, if a baseball team were to come, we could make it, the stadium work for both? I know that's probably not part of this discussion, but.
Move on.
Yes, anyway, like that's all I have to say. I'm in support of this. I think it's great for the neighborhood.
Thank you.
And I want a baseball team.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Marcus Whitney. I reside at 1810B Allison Place in District 17. I'm a small business entrepreneur, Metro Arts councilman, and also, commissioner, and I'm also one of the co-owners of Nashville Soccer Club, the USL team. And I'm here in support. I spend most of my time working with diverse groups of people to try to achieve worthy visions, and there's always 2 things that really matter in order to accomplish a worthy vision. One is the timing, and I think the city has come together to prove that right now is the time, whether it's breaking the record for the most attendees at a soccer game ever in the state of Tennessee last year at the Gold Cup, or this year, where the USL team sold the most season tickets in the inaugural season ever in the United Soccer League. But also, the vision has to be something that's shared and that sort of catches fire. And I think it's really clear that the time is not only right for Major League Soccer, but it's also right for Major League Soccer to be in a soccer-specific stadium at the right location. And that location is the fairgrounds for many, many reasons. The rezoning and the development of this 10 acres makes that possible. And it also adds a lot of value and vitality to the neighborhood that I live in that I'm really, really excited to see happen. I love the neighborhood. I love what's happening in the neighborhood. And I think this would be a tremendous addition to what's happening there. So I'm very, very excited to be in support of this, and I hope that you'll all vote in support of it as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Renata Soto. I'm Executive Director of Conexión Americas, the organization that owns Casa Azafran on 2185 Nolensville Pike in District 17. I think that for us, we hope that what we are doing right there on Nolensville Road is evidence and example of what happens when a lot of people get together to reimagine what's possible with existing infrastructure. Certainly, Casa Azafran is a great example of such a case, but we are even more excited about the park that we are building next door. We turned a used car lot, asphalt, into a green park that will be an asset for the entire neighborhood. That's only 0.8 of an acre, and we know that neighborhood now will be able to take advantage of that asset in many ways. We are right next to the fairgrounds. Our community is excited to see what's possible with the park, and we are excited to see what would be possible with 10 acres. We support the development and improvement of the entire fairgrounds facilities because we can see the opportunities for affordable housing that are much needed in our neighborhood. We can see the opportunities for increased business development by increasing the availability of commercial space that many of the businesses that we support in our incubator can take advantage of. And we also are excited about increasing opportunities for walkability in our neighborhood. We are very connected with the fairgrounds, and we know that what's possible will be not only good for people who will reside and will run businesses, but also for everybody that will be able to take advantage of all the amenities and assets that will be there. We are excited to be in that neighborhood, and we hope that you support this improvement. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners of the Planning Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of the Fairgrounds Mixed Use District and the associated SP application. I'm Rose Fagus Easton. I reside at 1809 Cedar Lane. As Senior Director of the Urban Land Institute, which is considered the leading nonpartisan, nonprofit research and education organization on the best practices in the use of land and building thriving and sustaining communities, I'd like to briefly talk about ways in which the proposed master plan represents key tenets of ULI. Some of those features include robust and valued community engagement process, which resulted in changes to the original master plan, sensitivity to adjacent neighborhoods through land use screening, massing, circulation, and the like, addition of multimodal options for circulation and improved connectivity through the master plan and to and from adjacent neighborhoods, deliberate work with Metro planning staff to create the best plan for this neighborhood, and proactive and productive work with the mayor's office on increasing and improving the stock of housing affordability. Finally, as a city planner myself, I strongly believe that this location is very important to the success of the master plan and to the stability of this neighborhood. This is a very in-demand neighborhood, and we're already seeing some pressures on affordability and development there. And with a master plan like's been proposed for the fairgrounds, that would really guide the development in a cohesive, thoughtful way, including mix of uses that are sensitive to the adjacent neighborhoods. Thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Commissioner, or Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Mark Beeler. I reside at 608 Hamilton, A and B. I recently purchased both properties in Wedgwood, Houston, District 7, approximately 4 blocks from the proposed site. In addition, I'm the CEO of Dick's Last Resort, based here in Nashville, a $50 million business, including one location in downtown Nashville. I am in support of this development. I moved specifically to the Wedgwood, Houston neighborhood because of the activity in the area and specifically because of what is going on with the fairgrounds. I've been a 2-time resident of Nashville, had opportunities to look at different places when I came back here 2 years ago, and I think this is a vibrant neighborhood. I think it's an exciting time for the city. I think that the plan that was presented was well thought out. I think it was involved a lot of different community partners, and I'm certainly excited for what that brings to the table, and I hope you will approve it today. Thank you.
Chairman, Secretary, and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I think this is a great example of just public discourse. I am here in approval of this. I live at 1206 15th Avenue South, so in District 17. I represent both not only a resident, a business owner here, but I'm also one of the owners of Nashville SC, the USL Club. And I'm here talking about just the unity that this brings. A lot of the owners got involved because we saw soccer as a vehicle to unify this city. I've traveled around the world to countries over in Africa, in Europe, and seen how soccer can unite a city, can unite a village. And so I'm excited to see this being built in my neighborhood and seeing what this can do to help unite the city around a sport, but also around a cause and a passion to see the city of Nashville grow and connect with other cities around this country. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioner, Secretary, or Chairman, excuse me, Secretary and Commissioners and Legal Counsel. My name is Rebecca West. I live at 2416 Cloverdale Road, and I'm actually here representing Let's Play. We're a nonprofit that was formed in 2014, and the Let's stands for Language Education Through Sports. So we basically use soccer to teach English to refugee and immigrant students here in Nashville. And our students come from all over the world. They speak every language you can probably think of, and then ones that you probably don't know or haven't even heard of. And the thing is, the reason we use soccer is that it is the common language. It doesn't matter what country our students are from. They all play and love soccer. They may play by different rules, they may play different styles, but they all love and play soccer. So I also wanted to share that I used to work at the Chamber of Commerce in research, and as you probably know, 2015 and 2016 were record years of growth for the city within the last decade. But what you may not know is that the growth for migrants from the U.S. versus growth of migrants, the rate of growth of migrants from around the world was just completely different. U.S. migrants pales in comparison to the rate of growth of international migrants. So we're a different city than we were in 2011 when the last vote was taken. The other thing I wanted to talk about is just that soccer is the sport of the future. As the last speaker mentioned, soccer really is a unifying sport. It's important to the different countries around the world, and it's becoming more and more important to the U.S. So, one of the things I've done in my studies is economic impact studies. One thing they often don't account for is how important a sport can be to just the growth of a city as a whole. And I think that soccer is going to be a critical element to the growth of Nashville as a whole. So, thank you for your time.
Chairman, Secretary, Legal Counsel, Commissioners, my name is Paul Cinetti. I live at 1255 First Avenue South. My wife and I live about a mile from the fairgrounds, and we would love to have the Major League Soccer stadium in our neighborhood. I didn't grow up playing soccer, but have fallen in love with Nashville soccer, and the proposed plan will do great for walkability in our community that my wife and I are so proud of. I believe the Metro Planning Committee has done everything in their power to accommodate everyone who has a stake in the fairgrounds and to improve their facilities on the grounds. As someone who lives and works in the area, I wholeheartedly approve this planned rezoning. Thank you all for your time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Taylor Johnson. I live just off 4th Avenue South in Wedgwood, Houston. I'm here representing Tennessee Soccer Club. We're a nonprofit youth soccer organization with a membership footprint throughout greater Nashville and Middle Tennessee, currently servicing roughly 1,500 member families, an alumni network of several thousand former players and families, and 20 to 30 business partners throughout greater Nashville that support us every day. Representing that group, I'm here to vocalize our support for the legislation that's before you today. We believe that this particular location will provide truly a MLS unique experience. We heard a bit about the marches and everything that goes into an MLS day. I've worked in the sports industry for just over a decade and have seen this in various markets throughout the country. It can surely be replicated in the proposed site. Additionally, as a resident in Wedgwood Houston. I'm proof that at least one person will move to that area. With this news, I moved in February in part due to the announcement of the stadium location. Again, I've lived in areas where professional stadiums have had such a huge impact. I value that. I know my fellow neighbors, we are excited with already the growth in that area, and some of those business owners speak openly about their desire to see this come to fruition. I thank you for letting me speak and letting us all come here and show our support. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner, Secretary. My name is Jason Howes. I live at 510 Waycross Drive. I think I'm literally the closest property to the proposed stadium. I walk outside of my deck and stare at what is hopefully to come every day with my son. And just as a resident and a neighbor, I'm super excited to take my child and walk to the fairgrounds. Right now, there's a fence that surrounds it, and fences aren't really good for, they're good for keeping people out of the fairgrounds. They're not good for letting people in. So I think this is a very good proposed solution, and I'm here for my support of that. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ida Andal, and I'm here in support. I'm a neighbor in District 17. I live at 2197 Nolensville Pike, park at Melrose Heights, right behind Casa Azafran, right next to that beautiful park that you've already heard about. And in 2014, I began looking for a place to move myself closer to medical care, that I had good transit care as I age in place, and things that could entertain me and support that I could walk to. And it turned out that this corridor down Nolensville Pike was the perfect place for me. I have ease of interstate access. I can lift to every medical center that I need to go to. But more importantly, it had the cultural diversity that I was looking for. And I support this rezoning. And I also want to ask, though, as you look at this, there's a 50 forward right there. And I see it as an improvement to our neighborhood. And as I said at the community meeting that I attended this summer, I would like to see seniors be looked at to help bring something in, maybe in this mixed area, since we have a 50 forward. Soccer was the only sport that team sport that I put my kids in when they were growing up. My children are biracial, and I really appreciate the cultural diversity that this corridor has. We deserve to keep this here, and I hope as we go forward that we will remember all of these cultures. And thank you so much for giving me time to speak.
Hi, thanks for your time. My name's Kenneth Hurt, and I live at 4021 Dorcas Drive. And I'm 45 and a native Nashvilleian. Some say that's kind of rare, but there's a lot of us out there. And when this got announced, maybe like 6 months ago, I drove out to kind of visualize because it was hard to see. And I think the guy in front of me talked about the fencing that was around the area where now Fair Park's going. And I also drove by tonight, which I'm sure most of you have recently, and you can just start to visualize where these soccer fields are going to be and the dog park, and you see the new residential that's being built, and all this with the soccer stadium, adding commercial. I just don't see how it's not going to be a good thing. Generally, you want people in their own neighborhood to have the say, and I'm a few miles away, but I believe the Fair Board was unanimous recommending it, and I would think that the councilman Sledge would know what people in his own community would want more so than anyone. I'm also here tonight as representing Music City Supporters. We're just a Nashville SC supporters group, kind of family friendly. We have families with kids at Hillwood, MLK, Woodland Middle, Julia Green. I'm going to forget a lot of them, but lots of kids, and we're going to grow with the club, and it's a really cool thing. Obviously, if I didn't say it, you can tell I'm in support, and I hope you all will be as well.
Hi, I'm Wyatt Archer. I live on 2197 Nolensville Pike, right behind Casa Azafran too. I'm in big support. I walk the neighborhood all the time, and one thing that is really lacking is, I guess, like sidewalks and, I guess, bike infrastructure. Right now you use like Bransford and Craighead as kind of like a way to get into the city, and I feel like this would really help out. Also, I take the bus a lot on Nolensville Pike. That's really close, so I feel like that would be another really good way to get people in and out of the stadium. And I'm for it, and thank you very much for your time.
Hello, my name is Sean Bells. I live at 3716 West End Avenue. I'm also property owner of 83 Freight, which is the 2 1/3 acre parcel on the northwest corner touching the fairgrounds. I'm here before you today in support of both the community plan amendment as well as the SP. I think this goes part and parcel with what the Planning Commission, the Planning Department, and Metro Council has been challenged with from the public to be the stewards of us, the citizens of Nashville. This Plan Community Amendment, as well as the SP, goes to provide much-needed improvement to the fairgrounds, which has been in desperate need of some development. And this is a wonderful community plan, as well as it will bring a lot of commercial much-needed commercial services to this area. The proposed changes to the fairground will integrate better with the neighborhood than what it has been in the past. The Wedgwood Houston neighborhood is mostly underserved as it becomes more prominent. It needs more commercial services. And as the soccer stadium comes on board, it needs a place for people to go, work, play, and stay. The whole area will be brought up, and I think it's best for all of us as Nashville. Bringing the Major League Soccer to Nashville will help emphasize this city's diversity and what has made it prominent as one of the foremost global cities that's on the rise. I appreciate all your all's hard work, and I hope that you guys will vote to pass this on. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Paulette Coleman. I live at 6205 Willow Oak Drive. I am here because I support affordable housing without displacement and without gentrification. I am here because I support economic equity. The cost of living in Nashville has risen astronomically and wages have been stagnant. I am here because I support justice, and I am here because the proposed amendments have the opportunity to address many of those issues that I support. And how that happens is through a community benefits agreement. We in Nashville have to make a fundamental philosophical and moral decision. Does Nashville exist for its citizens so that they can have the best possible life, or does it only exist for tourists and visitors and people who want to be entertained? I submit that Nashville exists for the former. And we as a community have to come together to be more strategic and more critical and more demanding. We're going to basically give away 10 acres with a huge market value, and in return, we get soccer. That's wonderful, but we only get $200,000 a year in actual dollars. I believe that we have to do more, and again, without a community benefits agreement, this plan does not do a service to Nashville and does not do service to make it an inclusive city that embraces and encompasses all of us. Thank you very much.
All right, hold on. Look, let me say this again. Let me remind everybody. I don't think people were listening. We're not going to have any more outbursts or we'll stop the meeting. We'll take a recess. So no more clapping, no more hollering, okay? Thank you. Go ahead.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Eric Coons. I'm business manager of Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and HVAC Technicians, Local Union 572, located at 225 Ben Allen Road here in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm also, as business manager of this organization, entrusted with the livelihoods of almost 1,300 families. In addition to that, I'm a trustee for the Nashville Building Trades Association, which all encompasses thousands more families. We are in favor of this soccer and development here in Nashville, but not without some concessions and things that we feel need to be heard by all parties involved, by yourselves, by the commissioners, by the planning staff, that we not repeat the same mistakes that have been made in this initial wave of development here in Nashville. And mistakes that have been made that have brought about wage theft, injury, and even multiple fatalities. My organization, as well as the ones that I represent, offer accredited apprenticeships where quality and safety are number one. We would urge that these things be taken into account upon this development specifically. We would urge that contractors not bring in employees from out of state working for below standard wages with no training and with no safety demands at all. We would like to prevent this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chairman, Secretary, Legal Counsel, Commissioners, appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak tonight and speak in approval of both the plan and the rezoning. My name is Kyle Mountseer. I live at 705 Ellie Drive in District 9 in Madison. I am in support of this, not just because I am quite obviously a soccer fan, but also a resident of a growing and vibrant city that's Nashville. The vibrant city of Nashville that I know is a place where you get to stay and rest and live in the areas that are most vital to the growth in the city. What I know about the fairgrounds is that for most people, day in and day out, the fairgrounds is a pass around or a pass through. Outside of special events, outside of large events on weekends or nights, the fairgrounds is not seen as a place where we can live, rest, play, and grow as a vibrant community that we are. What I see in this plan is a place where instead of driving through, I get to stop. And I get to be a part of a community of Wedgwood, Houston, and the surrounding areas that are learning to grow together and be a part of an area that I can walk around and I can bring my family to, I can bring my kids to, and learn even more about some of the surrounding events, including the fair, including the flea market, including the Speedway that I, quite frankly, haven't been to because there's not a place to be around it. And this is what this provides. I heard John Ingram and the ownership group, I've heard them multiple times talk about community involvement and community growth. With only large events and with only places that people go for singular times, we don't get that opportunity. I believe the plan set before you, the community plan and the rezoning allows for that growth and development and the vibrancy that this city is. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Diane Palmer. I live at 1523 Ashwood Avenue. I think soccer is fun, but I also think that affordable housing and fair jobs with like living wages and safety conditions is like super fun. And so I worry that this is a great opportunity to gentrify Nashville, and therefore like your mission statement about like creating a more socially, economically, and environmental sustainable community only as like a community of soccer fans or a community of outsiders, or only like a select few and not the actual community in the neighborhood who's already living there. So I'm a big fan of like the soccer plan, right, but also with the community benefits agreement that is holding like the people accountable to actually listen to the community. And so Stand Up Nashville has done a lot of research around it and has taken a whole bunch of different voices into account and has looked at a bunch of different research. And so I'm in favor of this, but with like a strong community benefits agreement where we're looking at the whole community, not just a select portion of the community. So thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Commission. I'm Dana Smith. I live at 2005A Ashwood Avenue. I'm here to speak in favor of the plan, but only with a robust binding community benefits agreement attached to it. Time and time again, we've seen where big development leaves regular people behind, and the only way to prevent that is with a community benefits agreement that has provisions for living wages, safe jobs, and affordable housing built into this project. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, Council Member. My name is Rosemary Rieger. I live at 308 Harpeth Ridge Drive in Nashville, and I'm here to speak in favor of the development, but only with a community benefits agreement in place. And that's because when community-owned land and funds, our tax dollars, go to help finance new development projects, the community has a right to a return on its investment. And that's exactly what a community benefits agreement can ensure. A return on investment in the form of affordable housing units, creation of good jobs with family-sustaining wages, local hire, disadvantaged hire, for example, or inclusion of a rec center, green space, affordable small business space, and the like. Those are just some examples. And negotiating a community benefits agreement is a win-win solution for all. Developers and community coalitions like Stand Up Nashville work together to find constructive and creative ways to meet the needs of all the stakeholders. Let's not stop developing Nashville, but let's do it in a sustainable way by making sure that agreements and policies that are in place so that when tax dollars subsidize development, when this happens, that the community benefits also, that we get good jobs, like I said, affordable housing, living wages, and the likes. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Donald Jenkins. I live at 1701 Neal Terrace, and I too moved to the neighborhood because of all the growth opportunities and excitement of the fairgrounds in 2007. And well, 2018, I'm still anxiously waiting. When I moved to the neighborhood, there were a lot of proposals and changes, and I went to one of the first fairground board meetings, I guess, when I first moved to the neighborhood, and I remember listening to the minutes, and they were reporting like the 5th year in a row of net loss, and that was 2007. I thought there would be a lot of change in the last 11 years, and I just, haven't seen it. And that was before soccer. I'm a soccer fan, but honestly, I just ask that you recommend the rezoning for mixed use. I think growth is the way that the government kind of takes care and protects the pursuit of happiness, the pursuit of growth, not guaranteeing us or making us, we can do that. And yeah, I think it's a good thing, and I think it's a good thing for, all of us. But I see both sides, and I do understand that there is, a side that doesn't want change. And I would say that, well, just in the 11 years I've lived there, that neighborhoods change and demographics change, and, things don't always stay the same. And so the people, I think, deserve and want that growth, and so I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Secretary, and Commissioners. My name is Derek Milner. I live at 536B Moore Avenue in Wedgwood, Houston, and I am here to ask for your support for the approval of the SP and the rezoning. So my wife and I and a lot of our neighbors do utilize the fairgrounds quite a bit. We go to the flea market and other events, and it is, just from viewing it, it's a pretty underutilized property, as I'm sure you're well aware. And I feel that, bringing in mixed use, affordable housing, more retail and shops, jobs is an important thing that we can do with this land that's, right now a lot of parking lots, asphalt, severely lacking green space. And just would ask for your approval. Thank you.
Hello.
I'm Josh Severance. I reside at 1421 Old Hickory Boulevard. I'm also the Executive Director of Coaching for Nashville Football Club Youth, a nonprofit soccer youth organization that operates out of the west side of the city. And I'm here to speak in approval of the legislation ahead of you and hope that you decide to bring MLS to this city. Soccer has always been a game of inclusion, one that promotes at its best positive culture, physical well-being among children, good physical activity, character building, and has a really, really great opportunity to bring the sport at the highest level here to the city and therefore affecting our youth in a positive way. As a Nashville resident that has 3 kids in metro schools that all play the sport, one at Hillsborough High School, obviously I'm connected and I'm fortunate to be a professional in the game, but also looking forward to some of the positive aspects it could bring to this community specifically that I'm just miles away from. I feel like Nashville has always provided the world with the best musicians, so it's time to bring the world's game to the city while we have the opportunity to do so. So I hope you vote in favor of it. My 1,200 member club will easily support the games and will continue to support it, and we'd love to do it at the MLS level and see the first game here at the fairgrounds. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Hans Hobson. I'm the Executive Director for Tennessee State Soccer Association. We're a non-for-profit located at 2630 Elm Hill Pike. We represent about 50,000 youth soccer players across the state of Tennessee, a range of diverse players, adults, recreational players, and competitive players. I'm here tonight to speak in favor. My organization and its members believe the improvements to the fairgrounds will help provide our children a safe place to play. The current improvements at the fairground and the stadium are important because beyond Nashville having another professional sports team, our organization is actively involved in bringing soccer to urban cores of Tennessee's largest cities. We are partnered with International Street Soccer Association to bring the sport of soccer to underserved communities through free clinics and education about the game. In Nashville, our association's local clubs are taking the lead with free soccer clinics being led this past spring by qualified coaches in Antioch, Cleveland Park, and Glendale communities. Major League Soccer coming to Nashville ties into this effort. Having a professional team in town playing the sport at the highest level can only serve as an example and inspiration to young players. Consider what happened in Nashville with youth hockey with the rise of the NHL's Predators. Again, we urge you to vote in favor. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Grace Strange, 14311 Barton's Run, Trace. I grew up in Nashville. I'm a native and have been here my whole life. And I really enjoy my time here, and I grew up playing soccer. So I was really excited to hear about the potential of the stadium coming, but I am also a plaintiff's attorney who deals constantly with wage theft and other issues and sees how employers don't always treat their employees right when they have room to do what they want. And as someone who has active cases on wage theft with construction in our city right now, I ask that you do a community benefit agreement with this plan so that we can protect our workers and lift up everyone in Nashville. Too many people have been left behind in this development, and it's time that we take a stand for those individuals and we raise up everyone as a city. I want more people here. I want more growth. I'm excited. I'm welcoming, but I don't want that growth to come at the cost of our citizens here. So I ask that you support it, but I ask that you do a community benefits agreement.
Hi, my name is Callie Jennings. I live at 700 Church Street downtown. I know many of you have heard about a community benefits agreement tonight. I won't repeat any of that, but I just wanted to say that I also urge that. I think it's vital for sustainable development. I also represent employees in Nashville, many who are working on all the shiny new buildings that we're working on right now. And I see what happens when contractors take advantage of workers. They have their wages stolen, they're abused, they're threatened, they're made to work in unsafe conditions with no recourse if they get injured on the job. CBA can protect against that and more. As many have said, soccer is something that's we hope will unite Nashville, but we need to make sure that it's built on an equitable and inclusive foundation to really do that.
Good evening, Chairman, council members, and commissioners. My name is Paul Attia. I'm from Middle Tennessee, grew up here, live at 2928 Ironwood Drive in Donaldson. And I wanted to bring a teacher's perspective today. I teach at Stratford STEM High School, where I teach about principles of engineering and technologies, and also things related to building trades and that sort of work. So what I see in this plan is the opportunity to benefit some of my students that may not typically go in a path that I would hope for by that I mean go into college and things like that. What I do as a teacher, I try to give my students the very most I can give them. Sometimes that's supporting them in their path through college. Sometimes that's through learning building trades and things like that to provide good jobs. So with this plan, I urge you all to consider the community benefit agreement and the support, the promise for living wages for workers, so that students, my sophomores, my juniors, and my seniors, who are just a year away from being a part of that labor force, can have something to look forward to, have a stable job, and becoming an active member of the Nashville community. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Dwayne Cuthbertson. I live at 438 Wingrove Street. As a neighbor who lives essentially a block away from this site, I wanted to come here and voice my support for the Community Plan Amendment and the SP before you. I really feel like the community plan designation that is being requested is appropriate for the site given the context and the connectivity, and it's just its general location within the region. Specifically, I want to support the SP before you. I think it's a well thought out plan, one that vastly enhances the site, one that vastly, it's a much better use of urban land. It uses the infrastructure that's there in a much more efficient way. I just generally think it's better for the city to urbanize in this manner. It's part of a larger effort that you've heard a lot about that I think improves a long neglected corner of this part of the city. It's one that's seeing a lot of reinvestment, and I think it'll only enhance that investment and address a lot of the issues that we're tackling as we grow at this breakneck speed. I think this SP provides some great public spaces as well as community space, one that, or spaces that are accessible to the local neighborhood, but also to the city as a whole. I think that we'll all benefit from its creation. The SP also creates a much needed opportunity for housing. We hear all the time that we have a significant housing shortage. This SP will help provide some of that housing. It also provides space for employment and commerce, which again is vastly needed, and I think the surrounding neighborhood will benefit greatly from it. I think the designers have done a great job of creating great urban spaces here, and with that I urge you to support the SP and the Community Plan Amendment. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Dana Terabassi, and I live at 1715 Allison Place, about 2 blocks from this fairgrounds. I'm here to speak in support of the plan amendment as well as the rezoning of the SP before you. Currently the fairgrounds 100+ acre site that is grossly underutilized. It's vacant a majority of the time, and it currently the current uses only serve a very small percentage of the population who use that site. And I think the plan before you is very exciting to me because it will serve not only the current uses, but it also adds so much more amenities for the neighborhood, the surrounding neighborhoods, the county, and anyone else who visits. You've heard a lot of people talk about soccer. It's a very diverse sport. It will bring in a lot of people who currently live near the neighborhood, but also people from all over. I think that the SP before you with the mixed use, it creates a more walkable community. It provides a lot better connectivity to Nolensville Road, to the surrounding neighborhoods, and it integrates a very large piece of public land with the neighborhood, that it's currently just a lot of asphalt and fences. I'm excited about the greenway, to be able to walk and bike along a greenway right there by my neighborhood, be able to go to new restaurants, go to a soccer game, and continue to see races and the flea market and Christmas Village. I think it's exciting to think about the possibility we have to redevelop this that's currently somewhat of an eyesore, and I think that a lot of people are very excited to see something become much more than what it is right now. So I ask that you support this.
Hi, my name's Brittany Walker. My address is 1300 Little Hamilton Avenue. It's just a few blocks from the fairgrounds. I support the community plan amendment and the SP for the mixed-use portion of the fairgrounds property. The reason I support this plan is because I think it'll give not only Wedgwood Houston, but all of Nashville the opportunity to use the fairgrounds in a different manner than we currently are, in an expanded manner than we currently are for generations to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Trey Walker. I reside at 1300 Little Hamilton Avenue, about 4 blocks from the fairgrounds property, and support the plan to rezone a portion of the property. My wife and I moved in the neighborhood about 5 years ago, and we love our neighborhood. Since moving into the area, we routinely visit the monthly flea market and make it a point to never miss the lawn and garden show, as well as Christmas Village. We support the plan because it maintains and enhances the current uses of the property while looking to engage the proposed soccer stadium and mixed-use development. Look forward to the plan moving forward and further enhancing our neighborhood. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, everybody. My name is Sarah Godinez. I reside at 2842 Twin Lawn in Donaldson, District 15. Everybody has already taken all the best speaking points. I'm a transplant here from Philadelphia. I moved here in 2001. I have seen the city grow by leaps and bounds, and I'm here to speak in support of both the CP and the SP. Nashville's growing. I work in mortgage and real estate. There's no turning back the clock. There's no stopping it. You have a choice to either respond or to react to it. And I feel like this plan is well developed, it's well researched, it's been well presented. They have sought and received community input. And while oversight is not your purview, community benefits would be well recommended. We do need to have good living wages. We do need to have good jobs. But this is not just an investment in the surrounding neighborhood, and it is not just an opportunity for developers to come in and make a whole lot of money off of low-wage, workers. This is an investment in the city. We are the 3rd largest city in the Southeast United States. Census Bureau predicts that population is going to exceed 2 million by 2020. We're the 2nd largest city in the state of Tennessee, and we are the largest urban area in the state. This is a representation of Tennessee and of Nashville specifically on a national level and on an international level. And it's an opportunity for the city to embrace the marginalized communities and societies here that represent foreign-born and international ethnicities here. They don't have anywhere else to actually go and celebrate such an integral part of their culture as soccer. It's the greatest sport in the world. It's the most popular sport in the world. It's the sport that generates the most financial output in the world. And I feel like this is a positive development for the city. I'm glad approval has been recommended. And I'd just like to voice my support as a suburban outlier that we will be coming into the city. It will not just be for tourists. Thanks for your time.
Hi, my name is James Rabiolo at 183 Brook Castle Drive in Hermitage, District 12. I am in support of this proposal. The area of the fairgrounds has been in need of development in quite a while. This will bring money and jobs to the area and will revitalize that corridor, which I feel is really in need of it. I am a fan of soccer, but beyond that, this is something the fairground needs and is something that Nashville needs. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marley Albert. I reside at 521 Central Avenue, and I have a cold. I'm sorry. We talked a lot about CBAs. You guys have heard that word today. It stands for Community Benefits Agreement. I've been part of the team that's been trying to negotiate this all summer. We started early last year doing a lot of negotiations, a lot of looking and listening within the community. And what we've seen is the idea is great, but unfortunately, until we have something in black and white from Nashville Soccer Holdings, which they have not given us, we currently do not have, there simply is nothing in writing that says that the affordable housing are places that my teachers can can live in are places where our public workers can afford to live. We don't need more $2,000 a month condos. We need real workforce housing that people who actually live in the area now can continue to live in the area. So the idea of soccer is fun. I've been the PTO president at all the schools my kids have been in, and I can tell you that if the soccer stadium is anything like the Predators or the Titans, they can't afford to go to the games there. It can be as diverse as we say, but if we don't actually do something about the wages and living conditions people can't afford, and as fun as it is, if it doesn't actually benefit the residents, that's really what we need to look at. So we're for this idea. If you can help us get the Nashville Soccer Holdings team to get to negotiation in writing that puts some teeth in an agreement for the community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Odessa Kelly, 1127 Cahal Avenue. Like one gentleman I heard, I'm a native, born and raised here in Nashville. I've heard a lot of people come up here and say they moved into the Wedgwood Houston community. I'm here speaking on behalf of those people who were forced out of that community and are still a part of the Nashville community. What does it hurt to ask for a community benefits agreement? I want soccer here in Nashville. It's my children's favorite sport. But at the same time, I have to think about the parents of the people who are going to be working in these stadiums, the ones going to help construct these stadiums. They can't afford to live in Wedgwood, Houston, because there are never any standards put on the people who are actually doing the work. What does it hurt? Here, Nashville is supposed to be a progressive city, so that means that all our board and commissions should represent us, the people in the city. So we should be progressive and brave in the strides that we take here in the city. All we're asking for is that they do a community benefits agreement. Is it so wrong for us to have standards for those people who are the working class of this city? We're now being pushed to the out fringes of this city, and we can't afford to live in the city. People should be ashamed who are in this room. Yes, we want soccer, but at what cost? What are we willing to give up? I no longer would stand to have these big, pretty stadiums and all these developments come into Nashville to keep pushing us out of the city, then ask us to work in it for pennies. That's craziness. Over this past year, how many people have died on these jobs? Who did they work for? A community benefits agreement simply changes all that. If these people say they want to be diverse, then be diverse in how we do business here in this city. We need that. I talk to people every day who work at the Sound Stadium, who work at the Nissan Stadium at Bridgestone. Those people can't afford to go to those games or see those things happening. When does it stop? It can stop right here with you. All we're asking for is a good community benefits agreement to say that those people's lives matter as well. Thank you.
All right, here's the deal. You guys are clapping. We said we're going to be professional, so let's be professional. Okay? All right. Ma'am, we're on if you're for the proposal?
No, I'm against.
Okay, well, we're on the fours right now.
That was the last four.
Was that well, we don't know yet.
Oh. Okay, I'll wait.
So, yeah, you'll have to wait. So, is there anyone else wishing to speak in support? Come on up. Y'all line up. All right. We'll announce when we're on the opposition, okay?
My name is Patrick Reed. I reside at 1716 Carvel Avenue in District 17. I'll keep it brief. I'm a Nashville native. I bought a house in Wedgwood, Houston about 3 years ago. I love the neighborhood. This would do great things for the neighborhood. The Fair Board is for this development. The majority of the Wedgwood, Houston neighborhood is for this development. I know because I've been there long enough. I have a lot of friends who live there. This would, create a lot of great opportunities and walkability, the realignment of Wedgwood Houston to Nolensville Road. It would do a lot of good things for Wedgwood Houston, and I'm here to speak in favor for this 1A and 1B, and I urge you all to also vote in favor of 1A and 1B. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Kim Kikawa, and I am a resident within approximately less than 2 miles of the fairgrounds. I'm here in support of both 1A and 1B. I am a person who attends the flea market. I'm a person who attends Christmas Village, and I'm a person who attends Porter Flea. I love the activities that go on at the fairgrounds. I am in support of the plan as well as the development, and ask you to vote in accordance. Thank you for your service.
Chairman, Commissioners, Council, Secretary, my name is Robert Crump. I live at 4704A Kentucky Avenue in District 20. We've heard a lot of, emotive arguments for it. I'm sure we're about to hear a bunch against, and I just wanted to approach the reasons for my support for the community plan amendment as well as the rezoning. From a legal perspective, we'll hear a lot about the 2011 citywide referendum, and this plan is fully compatible with what was put to vote then in 2011. All of the uses that the city voted on back then would still be maintained in this plan. I think it's a really, really smart mixed-use development, and I think not only would it ensure the viability of the plans going forward, but it would ensure the long-term viability of those pre-existing uses of the fairgrounds. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Barnett. I live at 618 Larchwood Drive. I'm also part of Stand Up Nashville. I'm going to try not to repeat what other people said, but I, like the other folks, are only in favor of this with a strong community benefits agreement. And I specifically want to talk to you about a targeted hiring program, which hasn't been mentioned yet, but it's one of our proposals for the community benefits agreement. And it's been done in all sorts of cities on development projects. And what it would do is it would offer local residents jobs, priority jobs, right? And so if these jobs are going to be living wage jobs, the residents in these neighborhoods should have priority hire. This development is going in the very middle of a promise zone. If you don't know what a promise zone is, it's an area of concentrated poverty. And so we can truly use this to lift up the whole neighborhood, but only if these jobs are good jobs and they're going to the folks that need them the most. So we can prevent folks from being displaced. We can really use the money that's going to be generated by this project to truly enrich Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Seeing none. Now we're on to anyone wishing to speak in opposition. If y'all will line up. And as a reminder, you've got 2 minutes, and you need to state your name and your address. And we appreciate y'all coming down. Come on up.
Sir, I should have 5 minutes.
What?
I should have 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Why do you have 5 minutes?
I'm the chair of the Nashville Flea Market Vendors Association, and I signed up early.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shane Smiley. I am the chairman of the Nashville Flea Market Vendors Association. I appreciate you hearing us today. In your packets, you have petitions, over 3,000 signatures current just off of the last 2 flea markets and 1 race of utilizers of the fairgrounds that are opposed to this proposal. Let's go back. We talked a little bit about the history of the fairgrounds. Let's go back to 2009 when then Mayor Carl Dean announced that he was going to shut down the fairgrounds to redevelop it. We had a lot of conversation in this city about what was going to happen with the fairgrounds after that proposal to redevelop this property. That culminated in 2011 with a referendum to keep all the existing uses. 71% of the voters of Davidson County said, you're not going to redevelop this property. It remains a fairgrounds. That's 43,273 votes in favor of keeping the fairgrounds a fairgrounds. So this proposal that is before you acts in absolute opposite of what the voters said they wanted done with this property. We want it as a fairgrounds. This proposal kills off the uses that we currently have. The map that you have shows that area that is designated here and that you're talking about for this 10 acres. As you can see, this was the June flea market. That area is utilized very heavily for flea market booths as well as for parking. It's currently raising funds. So one of the things you have to do is you have to go through this property and you have to surplus it. In order to surplus it, it can no longer be in use. Well, this property is currently in use and very actively. The South Nashville Community Plan should not be amended for this. district impact was a very big part of what was brought up in the last meeting that was brought forward. And in that, it says, in Nashville Next, it states that activities that have or can have a significant adverse impact on the surrounding area. It also states very clearly that in general, permanent residential activities are not appropriate in D1 areas. Well, obviously a portion of this, better than an acre of it, that is adjacent to the Speedway is district impact. I've talked to an awful lot of developers over the last few weeks since this came out. They're chomping at the bit for you to go ahead and approve changing district impact, because they're going to go buy up land in district impact areas and come back to you for this precedent that you're setting. You're opening up Pandora's box if you agree to take this area out of district impact and allow it to be for housing. Nashville Next is supposed to be a guideline that I took part in and many other people took part in, of the thousands of us that spoke about what to do with this property and in properties in general in Nashville, and how we were going to have as much impact as possible and have Nashville livable and quality of life for everyone. Taking district impact area and turning that into residential does not fit within that parameter. On 6/13, the proposal was turned into planning. On 7/11, there was a council committee meeting of Codes Fair and Farmers Market. In that meeting, it was asked for, where is the traffic and parking study? What's the status on it? The council members that were present and all of us that were present were told that that was not available. It wasn't complete. However, I found out from staff on Friday that there was, in fact, a proposal put forward and planning and parking study put forward to this body as a part of this plan. Well, the public hasn't seen it, the council members haven't seen it. So I'm here to ask you at this point that until we can see this, until we can study it and be able to speak to you intelligently about what's going to happen with that, I'm going to ask you for a 1-month deferral. They've had it for 5 weeks before they made their recommendation to you. We'd like the opportunity to study this for a month and come back, because not only that, but what has been presented has now been changed. The numbers for the mixed-use development have changed drastically from what was originally presented and what this traffic study you have. So please, defer this. Give us an opportunity to look at this and come back to you and speak intelligently, because from what I'm seeing, and that 10 acres, right now they need 3,246 parking spaces. Judging on the matrix of 100 cars per acre, that means they need 32 and a half acres of parking that there's nothing showing in this that's there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Did you state your address?
Yes, Brush Hill Road, Nashville, 4220.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman and Commissioners, my name is George Gruen. I live at 915 Old Lebanon Dirt Road in Hermitage, and my business, Gruen Guitars Incorporated, is located at 2120 8th Avenue South, very close to the fairgrounds. I go to the fairgrounds for all the flea markets, for all the antique shows, for all the exotic animal shows, for all the bead shows that my wife wants to go to. I've heard it said time and time again at this meeting that the grounds are underutilized. Well, the statistics that have been collected show that more than 1.5 million people a year utilize the fairgrounds. It is utilized by just about as many people as the Bridgestone Arena, which gets tens of millions of dollars a year of subsidy, whereas the fairgrounds gets virtually nothing. The fairgrounds has managed, in spite of virtual total lack of support from Metro, there has been a concerted effort led by, among others, Richard Riebling, going back as far as 2009. We have video showing the first joint meeting of the Fair Board with the Sports Authority in 2017. And at 1 hour and 58 seconds into that meeting, Richard Riebling was asked if they had shown the Sports Authority MLS people any other alternatives to the fairgrounds. And his answer was there was no need to. It's just perfect where it is. Well, this is a land grab. It is opposed to the referendum of 2011, and 71.6% of the people voted for that. There will be political and legal repercussions if this goes through.
My name is Rafaela Cohane, and I live at 117 30th Avenue North. I've been before the Planning Commission before. I opposed something that was being built in my neighborhood around the corner from me. And I am not impressed by your planning staff at all. You are approving SPs.
Please be professional, okay?
I'm being as professional as I can, sir. I still have
There's
a
no
bad
need
taste
to.
in my mouth. You are planning this city by SP. You constantly approve SPs for the benefit of developers, not realizing that the people who live here have to live with the consequences of your choices and decisions. And it's unreal to me how you can. I get soccer is going to save the world, and it's certainly going to save Nashville, but all you're doing is pushing people out. You're making their homes unaffordable because they are not going to be able to pay the taxes when they get reassessed. You're pushing neighborhoods people out of neighborhoods that they've lived in all their lives. And the contempt and hubris that's shown to the people who lived here and voted for this referendum is disgusting. Just disgusting. By people who have moved in and think all of a sudden the city is theirs. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Russ Anthony. I live at 446 Clearwater Drive here in Nashville. I stand in opposition to this plan, partly because, as my shirt says, I'm a member of SEIU, Service Employees International Union, consisting of Metro employees. And I know the Metro Council is not in this room except for Mr. Bettany there, which I admire and respect. But we were in front of the Metro Council about this time last year, and we were told there wasn't any money. Now, you can talk about your revenue bonds and your 30-year lease agreements, but the fact is this is costing Metro money. Last time we saw our money get built, it's now sitting on the corner of 8th and Korean Veterans Boulevard. Do we have to now look to drive down Louisville Road and see our money for a soccer stadium? Developing the area is a great idea. Housing, mixed use, all of that's a great idea, and I welcome that. But do we have to have a soccer stadium with that? What is the whole idea of bringing a soccer stadium with that? I love sports, soccer, but if everybody in this room, if they want to have a soccer stadium, find somebody with private land, and then have people collect that money from private citizens and build a soccer stadium. I don't see what the problem is that. Why do we have, the taxpayers have to pay money for it, money that should go towards services, should go toward people who are making this city great, that are bringing people into Nashville? Why does that money have to come out of our pockets? So I ask you, if you look at your website, do we have complete streets in Nashville? Are we so great now that we can start buying suits before we buy shoes? Thank you,
sir.
My name is Louis Laska. I'm a sometime lawyer. I live at 1700 Neely's Bend Road out in Madison. My advice to this commission is just say no. The reasons are these. First, this is a gross violation of the Metro Charter. In legal terms, this is a substantial and material violation of the Metro Charter. 900 apartment units, 200 hotel rooms, a 2,000 square foot office space. We've never had those at the fairgrounds. It's a violation of the charter. Second point, I own property at 520 Benton Avenue. Let's ponder Benton Avenue. That's the little street that goes up to the fairgrounds, okay? Now, there's been discussion here by the staff and so forth of how Benton Avenue meets Raines Avenue and so forth. But somebody, whether it be the planning staff or somebody, hasn't done their homework. Benton Avenue is the street right off of Bradford, okay? And so supposedly there are going to be traffic for 900 apartment units coming down Benton Avenue. My friends, I'm cautioning you, there will be a lawsuit about this. Looks to me like I've got 60 days to prepare it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Try to crow more, but it's not today. First of all, I do love my council person, Colby Sledge, but we do disagree on some proposals. And my main complaint about this particular one is this, that the previous gentleman brought out. I want something in writing. And I'm hoping it does not say 900 apartment units, 200 hotel rooms, et cetera, et cetera. My neighborhood on 1710 Neil Terrace, I already have 2 tall and skinnies on one side and 2 condos on the other side. And if I sold my little house, I would not be able to move back into my own neighborhood. I will not be able to afford to go to the soccer games. I was told that it's written in stone now that the MLS will be at the fairgrounds. And I'm just thinking a lot of this is just way too big for our neighborhood. Right now, I have people whizzing down, up and down my 1-block street because they're trying to avoid traffic someplace else. So I just want it to be smaller.
Thank you.
All right. Chairman, councilman, and staff, huge shout out. And first of all, the camera's not pointing to you out of integrity. It's coming to me. There's a reason why. Huge shout out. I know you guys have your hands full, and so you guys are in my prayers that there's a win-win deal on this and that there can be an educated decision. And shout out to Councilman Colby Sledge as well. I understand he has his hands full as well, if I pronounced the councilman's name right. My name is Donovan Hilton, 739 Garrison Drive, D737207 in North Nashville. And I'm holding this camera because I am self-employed alongside my wife, Hilton Leap Marketing Agency, www.e1connect.com. We're more than just marketing. Shout out to Jamie Levitt at WSNV as well, great account executive. But I'm bringing this up because I came to Nashville homeless 10 years ago with my girlfriend, who's now my wife of 7 years. And we've been able to carve out a self-sustaining business, self-sustaining life, 3 beautiful boys born here under 1 minute. And some of our largest clients is Express Employment Professionals, ironically in Metro Center, and they provide skilled industrial jobs to the local residents of North Nashville. Because of that, I've been able to get a better understanding of the community and the people's will to want to do better, and it's my job to help those residents become more self-sustaining minded. I also work with MDHA with their soft skill training. I provide soft skill training for the survey proctors for Edge Hill to be able to pass out the surveys to the local residents as they're making those transitions for Envision Edge Hill. As I have less than 20 seconds, as I hear the pros and cons, food for thought, if things don't work out, and I'm hoping they do, but if they don't, let's think about Metro Center. I don't know if it's a good fit or not, but I know North Nashville is open to the idea. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Barron. My grandmother, Mildred Smith, lives at 1912 Bransford Avenue. She's not physically able to be here. I'm speaking on her behalf. We are opposed to this change to the community plan amendment. There would be, without a doubt, a lot of adverse impacts to her property, to her neighbors' properties if this were to advance. The fact that there will be 900 apartment units, 200 hotel rooms, 200,000 square feet of office, and 100,000 square feet of retail is absurdly large. It's too intense. Having to endure the years of construction through widening the road, through building the stadium, and all of these components it brings a lot of blasting. It brings a lot of issues that lower the quality of life for the residents. In the past 2 weeks, the latter half of July, I collected over exactly 225 signatures from the residents in the immediate neighborhood. Those are the blocks along Bransford, the blocks along Bransford, Wedgwood, the blocks perpendicular to Wedgwood. There are only 5 signatures that actually support this proposal. The remaining signatures strongly oppose or oppose with conditions. And I guarantee you, or at least I dare say, that this is more input from the immediate community than you have had up to this point in time. The last point I'd like to make is that the opposition to this is much greater than I think is being portrayed in the media. I know that the staff report for the June 27th meeting did not reflect the actual opposition.
Thank you. And then is that copies for us?
You should have already copies of those.
Okay. Do we have copies of it? Thank you.
Hello, my name's Davey Coble, 1335 Belgrimes Lane, Nashville. I look at the property on your view, and I'm going to school. I'm halfway through an engineering degree. I'm AutoCAD certified. I don't see any room for growth. It seems to me it's very congested. Logistically, when you get into the buildings, I see 2-lane roads. It's already congested. I work off Spence Lane. When I come down through there, it's already crowded. There's no room for the growth there. And then the existing events that we have there, the flea market, the racetrack, all the events, they're doing great as they are. We got one of the best flea markets in the country. I don't see why we would mess with that when it's already doing great and it doesn't need anything to help it. Then the small businesses around it, if we put this there, is that going to drive them out? I mean, they're part of the community too. They've made their living here. They work here. Their livelihood is there. If we put this there, does that drive them out? Because I would think each individual small business owner would mean more than having a soccer stadium here. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tony Tenpenny. I live at 3000 Maverick Drive here in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm also a previous member of the Metro Council, and I stand here before the Commission in complete defiance of this. I don't approve of this fairgrounds deal. You know, I heard 30 people attended a June 18th meeting of the SNAP down at the fairgrounds when we had several different meetings from the civic design for this plan that they made. And I can't understand why we even have a plan going on. We should be honoring our 2011 referendum, and we have not done that. I mean, we have approved funding for something that Major League Soccer don't even know where the parking's going to be. You know, we hear at one time that we have to have, Major League Soccer has to have at least 15 to 17 acres for a full stadium for soccer, and then we zero it back to about 8 acres. Those are some of the things I can't understand. They do not have their things together. They don't, simple things like parking, they can't even tell us what the parking is for this. Always talking too, it would, at the fairgrounds, this plan that they've come up with, where does it show a fair? And it was always said when this property was given to the state and the state gave it to Metro, that there would always be a fair at this property. Nowhere in that plan does it show a fair at all. That disturbs me also. The Nashville Civic Design, they ignored the fairgrounds users, and they ignored the flea market vendors. They didn't even invite them to their meetings. So there's just a lot of things going on with this that it just doesn't cut the mustard with me.
Thank you, Council.
Thanks, y'all.
Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Jerry Coble. I live at 1104 North Graycroft. I'm a registered voter, and I do vote, and I did vote for the referendum, okay? That being said, the studies that they just showed or presented to us was we got 4-lane roads going in and out of that place. Name me one road that you can go out that you don't have to deal with a railroad track, a railroad crossing, or a narrow pathway. Name me one. There's not any. So that's misleading in my view. So there's no real access in and out of that property for a 33,000 seat stadium. Okay? You're talking about, I think they said a study was 14,000 vehicles. Okay? There's no way. I said in that last meeting that we had at the fairgrounds, I sat on Nulles Road for 45 minutes. I was late sitting there at the railroad crossing. Okay? So these studies are not accurate, or in my opinion. So, but that being said, now we say that we have no use for this property, or this property is not being utilized. It has over 700 events out there. It would have more if the Fair Board would allow it. It would have more racing. It could have more venues. It could have concerts and everything, but they won't allow it, okay? So my suggestion is, why are we up here taking a piece of property that is not tax subsidized in any form? We got a little bit of money, or they got a little bit of money, and it's sitting in an account for, 7, 8 years now, $12.8 million that hadn't been spent on this property at all? Now, be for real. This is the only property that Metro owns that is not tax subsidized. The only property. And we're going to take it and give it to someone else, and you're going to change zoning for that? There's other places in this city that this soccer field. I'm not against soccer at all. My son played soccer. You seen my son just a minute ago. He spoke to you. He played soccer. I'm not against soccer. I'm against you taking it away from me, taking all the other venues into soccer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, appreciate y'all having us here. My name's Len Tacker. I live at 790 Elysian Fields Road. It's 3.3 miles south of Franklin Pike from the fairgrounds. I also operate a business at 2001 Nolensville Pike, and I manage another at 320 Polk Avenue, so I'm very interested in this. And I stand in opposition, and I want to address the big fiction that's in the room, that's in the city, that the ordinance says that all uses are to stay at the fairground at the exclusion of any new uses. But those new uses cannot interfere with current uses of the fairgrounds, and that's what this does. When you have an event like the flea market, the fair, the Vans event that was just held, 20,000 people there, Christmas Village, when you have events that require 100% of the existing property, how will they survive on 20% of the property? It just can't happen. Little lady said earlier that, more people will come to the fairgrounds. No, more people are not going to come to the fairgrounds. It's just going to be different people, the new people. And I'm not against new people, but this is our fairgrounds. The fairgrounds, by what we've heard from the Planning Commission, some of your staff, the huge crowds, 1.6 million people a year visitors, it has a huge economic impact, at least on South Nashville. And all you're going to do is replace that with another revenue stream. But one is going to go away. The uses of the fairgrounds as they are today cannot continue under this plan. John Rose who controls the state fair now, said to the Finance Committee of the Metro Council, as I see it now, I cannot hold a fair here going forward. He's already been severely impacted by this fair park abomination down here that does nothing to advance the fairgrounds property. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Good evening. I'm Tony Watson, 539 Fairlane Drive, Asheville, Tennessee, 37211. I appreciate y'all letting us have the opportunity to speak today, and you, Mr. Bedney, as a councilman. I live 2,000 feet from the fairgrounds. I'm a native from Nashville. I've been here 61 years. The referendum that we fought so hard to have should be instilled, and we, the people, should have our voice heard. That's what the actual political realm is about, is electing people to have our voice heard and to do what the people want, not what the government wants. That being said, it looks like it's the other way around at this point in time. I am for Major League Soccer. I'm not against it. It's the right city. It's just the wrong location. We need to move this to Rhodes Park and Metro Center. Rhodes Park and Metro Center over in that district needs economic impact. We have 84 acres over at Rhodes Park that can utilize this and make it work well and have interstates to it. We got practice fields over there already, and I believe it would be the right thing to move it over there and have economic impact for Bordeaux and have new housing, affordable housing, and let that district grow. That district has had nothing done to it in a long time. It has had some housing growing over there. And furthermore, the fairgrounds in District 17 has more economic impact than any district in the whole 35 districts. And it looks to me like it's going to encroach and be cannibalistic to our fairgrounds due to the fact that the state fair, the flea market, and also the racing has to go on, and that's what the Raines family left it to be. And it needs to be done that way, and we the people need to be heard. Our referendum speaks for itself. As Shane said, 43,273 people voted. I worked hard to have that happen, and I'd appreciate that y'all make the right decision and have it moved over there to do economic impact for our city and for that location. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jacola Lane. My address is 1208 3rd Avenue South, Nashville, Tennessee 37210. I live in District 17. I am in opposition of this plan because it reeks of privilege. The entire majority of the people who spoke for it, you could hear that they were business owners. They were nonprofit organization executives. They will benefit profitably from this plan. This speeds up the erasure of a historically black community and district in South Nashville. It has been intentionally neglected. This area has been intentionally neglected to provide a better excuse for Nashvillians to be able to for the government to be able to get what they wanted for all these years that they have been fighting to take over the fairgrounds. Our neighborhood has suffered tremendously from gentrification, as you know, and there has been continuous attempts to take over land in District 17. All are familiar with all of the fights that our neighbors have faced within the last year. We don't need a soccer stadium. We need elected officials. We need our elected officials, our businesses, and our nonprofit organizations to care about the people who live in the district more than they care about the profit they will make for themselves. In regards to the referendum, I am currently working on a referendum. It is extremely hard work to get thousands of signatures to do something in this city, and the government needs to listen to the people instead of continuing to impose on the people what they want. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
My name is Jenna Velasca. My address is 1007 Falls Avenue. My father already spoke to you. Back in 2010, he brought it to the attention of the Metro officials, including the planning staff, that the fairgrounds contains 2 toxic waste sites within the fairgrounds limit. We have banker boxes of evidence, if you all would like to see it. something that needs to be taken highly into account for any redevelopment of this site. It's a violation of federal and environmental laws to not conduct a private survey of this land before proceeding to give this land away. We, again, are happy to talk with you all about the possibilities of an economic and environmental disaster, but think very, very carefully, because you all really don't know what's under this ground over there. And it's got to be, it has to be something that
Ma'am,
you all take into account.
will you speak to the chair, please?
It has to be something that you all take into account. Also, if you're going to give away this land to a billionaire, then what's going to stop you from giving away the Section 8 housing when there's not enough parking? We don't need to give anything else to the rich. They have enough in this town.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Millman. I live at 3204 Lakeford Drive in Donaldson. I'm against another sports team in Nashville. We're already supporting football, hockey, baseball. Enough's enough. You know, and leave the fairgrounds alone. I've been going out there since '75. Been to every race, flea markets. Leave it alone. We don't need to give away the land. John Ingram is a billionaire. Let him buy his own land and have a soccer team. Why are we doing this? He can afford it. Leave the government out of it. Leave the taxpayers out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman.
Thank you. If you can add 5 minutes. Thank you. As I'm the vice chair of the Friends of the Fairgrounds, formerly known as Save Our Fairgrounds. I reside at 101 Cherokee Place, Antioch, Tennessee, 37013. I have a number of issues to address. The first is the purpose of the fairgrounds, as adopted in the Metropolitan Charter in 1963, the year before I was born, is to host a fair. The applicants have stood here and said that the fair will continue, but I've asked at multiple meetings where, with these proposals, will they host a fair. They've not been able to identify that. They've not been able to identify where they would park in the event they could host a fair, including the midway portion and the parking. It flies in the face of the charter original language long before the referendum in 2011. How many of y'all were participating in the Nashville Next program as it was studied? 2? 3? It was when I was on the council, they were studying that. And the fact is, it was a lot of community input. What's being proposed is changing what was determined through that process of district impact to housing. District impact specifically states we ought not have housing in it, nor should it be adjacent to it. But we're proposing that, and I suggest it is a violation of that process. And the other thing I want to address, they're suggesting to use the charrettes that the Nashville Civic Design Center put on as the discussion point for approving this community plan change. But I was there for those meetings, and they did not allow discussion of whether it was good or bad to change the community plan. They only allowed discussion of what is proposed in this plan. They refused to accept any other discussions. In fact, when I had presented the possibility of leaving the flea market and the other expo events there where it is and finding a different location for the soccer stadium, they refused to put that down in the notes. They put down all sorts of other things. In fact, I requested 3 times to make that statement, and they refused to write that. Number 4, just cover the charrettes. To justify the plan is a violation of the process, because they didn't talk about amending the community plan in those charades. I mean the charrettes. Pardon me there. Number 5, the discussion might have focused on the May 27th meeting around the improper things, but the reason that took place is they spent the majority of the time prepping that meeting talking about the 10-acre mixed-use development, not the changing of the community plan. That's why the discussion didn't focus on what it was looking for, because they spent the entire time selling the 10-acre community plan rather than the change of the 10-acre mixed-use plan rather than the change of the community plan. I want to address a couple things. It was brought up by the director of the fairgrounds that this is a critical piece of soccer funding. The fact is that's correct. In fact, the language in the resolution that approved the funding for this refers to this 10-acre giveaway as an inducement. I encourage you to look up the word inducement in the dictionary. The number one definition of that is bribe. That's wrong. And this proposal is wrong on its face. And the process that's taken place in this has been a violation of the charter. The new buildings, another thing, I know the only discussion taking place on this is the 10-acre proposal. But since Director Laura brought up the replacement of the buildings in the lower area of the fairgrounds property, over a third of the land where they're proposing on these maps, this orange area, relocated expo buildings, 1/3 of that area is in the 500-year floodplain. It flooded in 2010. 1/3 of that. Metro ordinance passed while I was on the council prohibits the building of structures in the 500-year floodplain with the exception of limited restroom facilities and pavilions for picnic shelters. And so they're proposing to fix and replace those buildings in an area that they can't build in without violating another law. And I'm going to close with this statement. How many laws, policies, procedures, charter provisions have to be violated or ignored before this proposal becomes a bad idea? And I respectfully request you disapprove the community plan change and the SP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
My name is Jennifer Reinert, and I'm actually a vendor at the National Flea Market. I am not a resident of Davidson County, so if y'all feel I'm not appropriate to speak, I understand, okay?
No, you just need to give us your address.
Okay,
for the record.
Eagleville, Tennessee, West Webb Road, okay?
Thank you.
The vendors that I'm speaking for can't always make it to these meetings, so the proposals of the promenade, that looks great, but relocating the buildings could tend to be a problem for some of those vendors to return, and parking is a major issue. So I'd just like for y'all to take that into consideration. The plans are what they are, but if you relocate the buildings, you will lose a lot of vendors, which will close the market, which a lot of people tend to think that's what the aspect is. I don't personally. I want to see it all work well together, but I do think we need renovations. So just keep that in mind when y'all are looking at the situation in general. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you. Rick Williams, 120 Winthorpe Place, Old Hickory, Tennessee, 37138. I want to start out, I am chairman of Save Our Fairgrounds and Friends of the Fairgrounds. I've been that for 6 years now. We've watched this property. We've hoped something good would happen. We would hear about money being spent for it and upgrades being made, but they haven't been made. I want to focus really now, though, mainly on what you're considering tonight. You're considering changing a community plan. As former Councilman Domney said, you're changing what the people wanted and put in place just a few years ago. We all participated in it. The people in the community around the fairgrounds participated in it. Apparently, this was designated not for housing at all, or any adjacent property to it was designated not to be housing, is what I'm told. Your staff could prove me wrong, and that's fine if that's true. We would like to see you disapprove this plan and let the community come forward, let the council come forward with better plans for the fairgrounds. The stadium probably needs to go to Metro Center. It's better suited over there. It's 80 acres of flat piece of property, but let's just get back to changing the community plan. I think it's a big leap to rush through to change a community plan because somebody wants to put a stadium on this property. You're changing what we decided would be the best for this property, and I hope you don't do that tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Roberts. I live at 6611 Clearbrook Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, 37205. I know you're happy to hear from me since I'm the last person in line. I just want to reiterate almost everything that everyone has said in opposition. I stand for. In fact, I'd written out elaborate notes, and I just, as people began to speak, I began to scratch things off. And I would like you to know that this is very serious to the people of Nashville. As I sat in the audience and I read over the draft agenda, it talked about your mission, and it said it was to guide growth and development and it said, "and a commitment to the preservation of important assets." And I'm not sure I know what important assets are in Davidson County. I live in the West End. I live on the Westmead area. I don't live near the fairgrounds. But I do know that I participated in the Nashville Next program for my area. I didn't try to tell people in other areas what to do with their areas, but in my area, I went to those meetings and I looked at what was happening, and I tried to make good decisions along with my neighbors about what the growth and what we wanted to happen in our neighborhoods. And I know that out of that came the community plans, and out of that came the Nashville Next plans. And there's no place for this sort of raping of the fairgrounds in that community plan. You're being asked to change something that a lot of people had input into, and it was really happened very quickly. This has been rushed onto this city. This has been rushed onto the community with this idea that somehow more growth and an important asset is a good thing. I'm an attorney here in town, and I've been honored to be involved in a lot of good public interest litigation. I represented the folks trying to save the fairgrounds. I represented the fairgrounds folks in the original lawsuit. You have an opportunity to do the right thing tonight. There's so many things wrong going on in this process. Don't be a part of that wrongness. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we'll do the rebuttal, and then the council person will speak last, the district councilman.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to let Metro Legal address points related to the charter, the referendum, covenants, deeds, state fair financing, et cetera. I'll try to stick to the points most relevant to the policy and the rezoning of this 10 acres. The traffic impact study was done earlier this year. It was amended after we went through the public charrette process, after the plan was being developed, and it's been in the public record for 6 weeks now, so it has been available. A parking study is being done. The team has, and the engineers here, if you have questions, has identified approximately 4,700 spaces on site that will be available for fairgrounds events. That includes some of the parking within the mixed-use area. There was questions about the height of the development and its impact on adjacent properties. I'll mention again that, as staff mentioned, that some of the properties adjacent to this and most affected by this are currently both zoned for commercial uses. In fact, the CS properties could see within its building envelope a building as high as 80 or 100 feet, given the allowable heights within CS. And our plan is to step down the heights from internally from the highest to the lowest allowable heights along the residential edge. Finally, there was some mention of the stormwater. I do not know of any regulation that prevents building in the 500-year floodplain. We'll let staff address that if necessary. In fact, you can build in the 100-year floodplain, and there's very specific regulations that will have to be followed in order to do that. Finally, it's my understanding that Nashville Soccer Holdings and Stand Up Nashville are continuing to discuss a community benefits agreement, which includes the provision for affordable housing. It's my understanding that at least a partial phase one has been done, but I can assure you that a phase one environmental study will be required for any of the development that happens on site. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Commissioners, both for your continued service and for your attention tonight. As everyone's spoken, I wanted to thank everybody who has attended and who spoke. Regardless of position or content, I think that it's important that we have this discussion on what is obviously a very important piece of property. I want to speak a little bit to the title that's been given as part of the land use policies right now. It's called district impact. District impact is maybe the perfect definition for what the fairgrounds has been in this area. It has a positive impact on the district when you see people who are walking from all parts around the area to come to a flea market event or to come to an expo center event. You see great things happening when people are enjoying and selling and making, quite frankly, perhaps the revenue that they depend on at this property and that they want to see continue. There has been negative impact from this property to the district. Those are things that were hashed out ad nauseum almost 7 years ago in a discussion that probably all of us were in some way, shape, or form a part of if we were here. And I don't want to go over those. What I do want to say is that I think that what you're considering today, the community plan amendment and the rezoning of these 10 acres, has the potential to have a very positive district impact on the district around the fairgrounds, and quite frankly, I think through all the county. I do want to cover a couple of quick things. I know that was noted that the community benefits agreement discussions are ongoing. I think it'll be probably noted by legal too. Metro is not a party to those conversations. It's a third-party arrangement and agreement that is trying to be pursued from a community group and the team. While I very much want a community benefits agreement to occur, that is not within the purview of what you're considering. I think what you're considering is, are these uses, as proposed, within this zoning, within this SP, appropriate? And again, I would contend that this would have a positive district impact. How so? Well, when we're talking about the fairgrounds as a whole and the things that are incorporated with this, first and foremost in discussion, obviously, with this stadium, we have to think about supplemental uses and how we're attracting people, not just on game days, not just on race days, not just on flea market days, and not just on expo days. I live very close to this property, as do many people who spoke to this. And the fairgrounds, while an excellent property in our urban core, is often underutilized or not used at all. There are many days where it goes unused, and I think that was a big impetus for the changes that you're seeing right now with Fair Park, a separate process with separate funding, but something that will truly open up a large parcel of the fairgrounds to the community. This continues in that vein. It comes from Benton Avenue, from homes that range from single and two-family homes to rental properties to MDHA properties and government subsidized properties. And I want to emphasize this next point, all of which are staying. I know there was some concern among some folks in the neighborhood that somehow their properties would be impacted by what's being considered here today. While yes, we're going to be talking a lot about traffic and parking, and I don't want to sugarcoat that one bit, people's homes are going to be there. When I spoke with neighbors on Bransford, their primary and almost only concern, but primary concern was traffic and parking, and the impact that this could potentially have, the impact that the fairgrounds has currently on it. We're having great discussions about that now. Actually, Public Works helping some of those neighbors as of this week. And so I'm hopeful that as that continues, we're going to have those community discussions. If this is recommended for approval and ultimately is approved, it doesn't stop there. The conversation only begins, and we work to make sure that this is a positive benefit for everyone. I do want to speak just a little bit to the community process because it was brought up by the planning staff. We have been talking about this proposal in some way, shape, or form ever since the council first took on the fact that there could be 10 acres of mixed-use development with the stadium back in November when we took our vote. We know that that was a possibility, and while, yes, some of the details have changed and the sites have been moved around as you've considered what you've heard from the Fair Board and from Laura about cost and structures and everything else, we in the community and in the district I represent have known that something like this is on the table. We've known it since last November. The question, of course, is form and use, and again, district impact. So I get concerned when there are talks about the legitimization of the process, the legitimization of the people who speak, the legitimization of the content in which they address. Every person's point of view is legitimate, and I think we walk a dangerous line when we say that a process or a person's point of view is not legitimate. In closing, I think that this portion of the fairgrounds could be well suited to the uses and zoning that have been presented. It can work very well with both the existing uses and the uses that are proposed and to come, both those that are potential within this zoning and then also those that are being discussed in other discussions like the community benefits agreement discussion. We have a phenomenal, unique, and probably once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do something impactful on this property that can have a positive, long-lasting, and multi-generational district impact. And with that, I would ask for your approval.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Tibbs, you want to go first?
There was a slide early on about the relationship to Nashville Next it's regarding the T4 Urban. If you could go back to that. It basically showed how close it was to the, yeah, well, yeah, I think you were just about there a minute ago. Maybe that one. Yeah, there. Is that it? No, the. Yeah. Yeah, I think this was it. And I'm speaking specifically on, right now, just on the policy of the T4, because, notwithstanding anything else, not a soccer stadium, not a, anything, trying to follow the rules that was set up before us. With blinders on, with guarding just those things, but specifically about what we're to look at on the policy, and this does fit the T4 urban, what the proposed policy is. There's just not a lot of easy debate about it in some instances. I was even like the fact that it's not displacing housing. It is a seemingly underutilized area that we actually could do something that maybe, and we definitely can't talk about the CBA, but if anywhere could possibly do it, it could be there. But I won't, talk about that. But that, listening to a lot of comments about it, an area that is not, taking people's other homes, but actually having a lot of opportunity to do a lot of development, it just seems to fit that. One other question, the little part of the D1, you said, what did you say that had to be taken for again? The little piece of the D1? Yeah. You had given that, I just missed that, why you said, you called it a reason why that little piece was taken?
That's the gray piece?
Yeah.
As part of the 10 acres, that is encompassed, it's primarily surface parking lots at the moment. And so when you look at the SP, you can see there's a proposed road around the edge of the speedway, and then potential buildings on the other side of that road. So it's just a portion of land that's not currently in use at the moment.
Okay, so there wasn't another reason why. I thought that you had said something earlier with that. That was it seemed like such a long time ago, but I just wanted to comment on that little piece of it. So anyway, and then looking at the proposal that was passed out, it actually seems like this is actually even more complementary to what is, going to be there. And, we see so many different policy changes and so many potentials. It's, based strictly on what we see, this seems to fit more than others. So, right now, I definitely appreciate the passion on both sides, but strictly on what we are to look at, it seems like it both fits the proposed policy change and the zoning change. And I'd have a little bit more reservations if the Fair Board wasn't so in agreement of it, but they are in agreement of it. They have been decided to take care of this, and they have a proposal for it, and so I'm in agreement of staff recommendation.
Commissioner Bichelle.
I just had a couple of questions. Could you please talk about whether or not this does comply with, is it compatible with the 2011 vote? Are the uses maintained? And also, is it compatible with the charter, the 1963 charter?
We do have our legal, not staff here too, but we have the Metro legal chief here to see if we want him to answer it, or both. Mr. Cooper,
Well,
come up.
I think they want to hear from you this time. We'll tag team.
Tag team, thank you.
Just for clarity, I will read from the language of the 2011 referendum that the voters put into the charter. And it says, all activities being conducted on the premises of the Tennessee State Fairgrounds as of December 31st, 2010, including but not limited to the Tennessee State Fair, Expo Center events, flea market events, auto racing, shall be continued on the same site. So that is a requirement that the uses that were in existence in 2010 continue on the property. There is no prohibition on adding additional uses at the property. So the Department of Law believes that it's consistent with the charter.
Also, is it in any way, I heard people say that they didn't see where the fair would take place or how the flea market would operate. Could somebody explain that to me? I thought that it was pretty clear that that orange section in the top of the poster here are the new buildings for the flea market and the fairgrounds, and those would be built first. Is that correct?
That would probably be best answered by the Fairgrounds Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We are in constant communication with all of our partners as we refine this site plan, but you are correct. The location of the relocated fairgrounds buildings, that one of the big priorities for us was to ensure minimal impact to events during construction, not only of improvement to the fairgrounds buildings, but through the 2 years of construction of both the mixed use and the stadium. The purpose is to build those facilities first, transition people down and our events down to that site, and then do demolition and prepare the site for construction of the stadium and mixed use. Again, we continue to work with representatives from the State Fair, Flea Market, to refine the plans. The building designs are ongoing. We have expo spaces that are going to be comparable in square footage, although designed differently. They're going to be modernized and consolidated from the footprint that we have today. But we are confident that the existing uses are going to be maintained as we are required to put on a fair. We are committed to that.
And so would there be any kind of reduction in the ability to put on a fair or in the ability to run the flea market?
We don't see that from a fairgrounds perspective. Both of those events have evolved significantly over the decades. You know, they are not the same today that they were 10 years ago, 30 years ago, and 50 years ago. State Fair's been on that property for over 100 years. I don't see that those events are going to remain exactly the same 10 years from now either. So I know that there's been a lot of discussion about resistance to change, and I don't think it's as much that, it's we evolve. And we will continue to evolve in order to grow and strengthen our events. And I don't feel that, you know, our vendors and our event promoters are advocating against evolution, smart investment in the fairgrounds, new buildings to support their events for years to come. Because frankly, status quo it will not get us there.
Okay, I'd like to listen to the rest of the commissioners' questions.
Thank you. Councilman?
I was pushing the wrong one. Well, first of all, thanks to everybody that came to speak, both for and against this rezoning. It gives me hope about Nashville that people are engaged. Don't forget there is an election coming up. I wasn't in the council when the referendum was voted on, but I was campaigning, and I remember very clearly that people wanted to save the fairgrounds, and I agree that the fairgrounds needed to be saved and preserved for posterity. Many people grew up going to the fairgrounds. It's an important part of their history and their connection to the city. The part where I differ with some of the people that spoke here today is how do you save the fairgrounds? And it's not an abstract concept. I mean, you being involved in historic preservation, you know sometimes that to preserve a historic building, you have to engage with the developer to save the building or it will collapse. So I think from my perspective, and that is not what we're discussing. I mean, we're discussing a rezoning, but from my perspective, I totally agree on the need to save the fairgrounds, and I think this is a good way to do that. But there are details that are important to me, and so I wanted to ask the lawyer a couple of questions just for some of the people that spoke here today. Am I correct? The state made it illegal for us to condition a zoning to have affordable housing, correct?
That's correct in terms of your being able to add that as a condition to your approvals.
So there is no way that we could condition any affordability on this rezoning today?
As it relates to affordable housing, we could not.
Correct. Okay. And then can we put a community benefits agreement on a rezoning thing?
That's a really good question. No, it actually would be a private agreement. That wouldn't be something that we would add to the conditions here because Metro is not a party to that agreement. And that would create the expectation that Metro would somehow be enforcing it, and that's not the situation that we have. The community benefits agreement, as I understand it, is something that's being negotiated by the council person in conjunction with the developers in conjunction with the community. But we would not have any input in that since we're not a party to that agreement.
So that's some of my friends that came here today speaking in favor of that. I hear you, it's important to me as well, but it's not related to what we're doing here today, which is a rezoning of the property. So stay involved, go to the council hearings and bring that up as well. As to this rezoning, I'm going to support it. Like I said, I'm going to be paying attention to other things that are going to happen in other meetings that I'm going to be lucky to participate, many meetings. But as to the rezoning for this property today, I'm going to vote yes.
May I make a statement also,
Yes,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
Just to clarify a couple of things. One is there was a statement that was made that we were required to hold a state fair. We are required to hold one in 2018. There is a current contract that is pending, and this is the last year for the Tennessee State Fair as it is done for the Tennessee State Fair Association. There's 1 year to that contract left. It is this year. We are required to hold a divisional fair. The state law was amended, I believe, back in 2014 that required the Tennessee State Fair Commission to be the sole body that would put on the Tennessee State Fair as we have done in the past. So, and even as recently as this past legislative session, the law was amended again so that the Tennessee State Fair Commission at the state level is required now to work with the Tennessee State Fair Association, which is the contracting agency that we have worked with in the past to put on a Tennessee State Fair. So I wanted to make sure that that was clarified. We are required to host a fair, but under the law, it's a divisional fair. And that's an undefined term under the law. So I just wanted to make sure that was clarity. And while I had the floor on the vote issue, I mentioned that you all would have to have 6 votes for the community plan amendment and 5 for the SP. And what I meant to say was to say that you could have less than 6 for the SP. It could be 5 or less, so long as it is a majority of those voting and present constituting a quorum.
Thank you for clarifying that. Councilman, anything else?
Oh, no, thank you, sorry.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Moore?
So I think the only other thing that we didn't get clarification about, that we had several questions about, which I know is not in our purview, but is the financing and tax dollars required for this. So I just wanted you to speak to that again, if you could.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Cooper on that question.
John, while you're there, please tell them that the requires the state.
Sir.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. So several members of the public had questions about financing, tax loans.
Okay,
that are
financing,
required for
sure.
this, yeah.
So the stadium is being funded essentially by two sources. $225 million in revenue bonds that will be issued by the Sports Authority. The debt service for that comes from the rent payments that the team will pay. Metro is guaranteeing a certain tax revenue stream that the ticket tax and sales taxes generated at the stadium will be at least $4 million for the first 5 years each year and $3 million a year for the next 5 years. So that's Metro's commitment. We're guaranteeing that if those tax revenues fall short of that, Metro would make up the difference. The rest of the debt service is all being paid by the team privately. The other component is $50 million in general obligation bonds being issued that would be issued by the council. 25 of that would be to rebuild the existing fairground structures, as Laura indicated, and another 25 would be for infrastructure work associated with the stadium.
Anything else for Mr. Cooper?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
So I really appreciate all the comments today. I think we have very valid points. But again, I think as said before, we have a very specific role in this, and that is looking for this piece of property and determining if it's appropriate for in the T4 zoning, which it is.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Haynes?
The diversity of opinion tonight makes our city great. So thanks to both sides for coming out tonight and giving us your honest feedback. Speaking to Nashville Next, because I was one of the commissioners on Nashville Next, it was not intended to be a rigid, static document. It instead was intended to be a flexible guiding tool to the changing needs of our city. I worked on that committee for 3 years, so it's meant to change with our city. We've heard loud and clear that racing, fairgrounds, and flea markets are important to our city. I think for that to continue, mixed use enhances the viability of those uses. It helps protect those uses long term. Mixed use development requires the right location, the right local architect, the right local development team, and the right time. And the policy fits this location. We've got the right team to do this project. I know there are a lot of complaints about the people involved in this project. If you look around our city, these families have impacted the downtown library, the symphony hall, the art museum, the Country Music Hall of Fame. They do a lot of great things for our city. This is the right project at the right time. The Turners took the Gulch, made it a very vibrant district. They have the quality commitment to do this right and to do it equitably. So with that, I would like to move approval of item 1A for the community plan amendment.
That's a proper motion, and the motion is to amend the community plan. Is there a second? There's a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. 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 Oppose? Ayes have it, 6-0. Now we are on item 1B. Is there a motion?
I'd like to move approval of motion 1B for the SP.
That's a proper motion.
With conditions.
And so it's with all of the conditions. So that's a proper motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Any discussion? Seeing no other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, 6-0. We are going to take a quick break, about 10 minutes. All right, we'll get started again. We are on item 6 for the presentation. Thank you.
All right. Item number 6 is a request to apply a neighborhood conservation overlay district to approximately 42.96 acres along South Street, Villa Place, Wedgwood Avenue, 15th Avenue South, Tremont Street, and Edge Hill Avenue, north of Wedgwood Avenue, zoned R6A and RS5, and partially within a planned unit development overlay district. Staff recommendation is to approve. As a reminder, this case was deferred at the June 28th Planning Commission meeting. At the request of Councilmember Sledge, no public hearing was held. The overlay area contains properties in the RS5 and R6A zoning districts. I do want to point out that neighborhood conservation zoning overlays are applied in addition to the base zoning of an area. Historic zoning overlays do not impact land use. Here is a clearer map showing South Street at the top. Here is Tremont Street, Edge Hill Avenue, and then Wedgewood at the bottom. Villa Place runs north-south from South Street to Wedgewood, and 15th Avenue South is located east of Villa Place. Neighborhood conservation zoning overlays are local historic districts described as geographical areas which possess a significant concentration, linkage, or continuity of sites, buildings, structures, or objects, which are united by past events or aesthetically by plan or physical development. Specific design guidelines are adopted for each district. A lot of people have questions about what is reviewed by the Historical Zoning Commission for conservation overlays. And the Historic Zoning Commission reviews different types of development projects, including demolition, new construction, additions to existing structures, and then structure relocation. The primary policy in the overlay area is T4 urban neighborhood maintenance, which is shown in this light purple color. This policy is intended to maintain the general character of urban residential neighborhoods. T4 Urban Neighborhood Center is located on a few parcels south of Edge Hill Avenue, shown in the bright purple color, representing the non-residential uses around Edge Hill Village. The area contains primarily 1- and 2-family residential uses. One notable exception is Edge Hill Village, south of Edge Hill Avenue, which includes non-residential uses, and there are also some scattered office and community and institutional uses as well. This request encourages the preservation of historic resources within the Edge Hill neighborhood through the creation of an overlay that establishes development and design standards as recommended by Metro Historic Zoning Commission and staff. A bit of history. The conversations between the neighborhood leaders and staff of the Metro Historic Zoning Commission began in the spring of 2017, and several meetings were held from September 2017 to May 2018. And then the draft design guidelines were available online for approximately 2 months before the June 20th, 2018 Metro Historic Zoning Commission meeting, where the Historic Zoning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval to council of the proposed overlay. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the proposed Edge Hill Neighborhood Conservation Overlay.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. We'll open this item for public hearing. The applicant will have 10 minutes, and that would be the councilman. Councilman, you want to start us off, and then we'll give you Councilman Sledge. Since you're the applicant, yeah, you get to go first this time, and we'll we'll reserve a rebuttal for you as well. I know we're overworking you tonight. Councilman, I think, can you, I don't know, I'm not sure if your microphone is on. Just, is it on? No. Press the button on the microphone. Uh-oh.
What do I? There we go.
There we go.
Let's
Perfect.
start over. All right.
We want to make sure everybody can hear you. All right.
So Edge Hill residents who've been working on the conservation zoning overlay have been doing so for probably most of the terms that Councilman O'Connell and I have been serving. Councilman O'Connell sends his regrets. He had an elementary school meeting tonight. And this conversation, as Councilman O'Connell alluded to at the last meeting, really began with a zone change that affected much, if not all, of this area and even some more, from R6 to R6A. You recommended approval of that zone change, and it was sort of the first step that some residents were taking to try to get some sort of basic design principles in this area, which is an extremely significant area when it comes to the history, growth, change, and sometimes poor decisions, quite frankly, of Nashville. It has a very significant history that you'll hear from some of the folks tonight of who lived there, what happened in this neighborhood, and it truly is, Edge Hill truly is a fascinating and wonderful neighborhood. A couple of years ago when residents were looking to see, okay, we have R6A, but are there ways that we could quite specifically prevent the demolition of some very beautiful and historically relevant houses, members of the Edge Hill Coalition began working on a neighborhood conservation zoning overlay. And so as they work, Councilman O'Connell and I encourage them to go out, speak to neighbors, to do the field work, and you'll hear some more about that tonight. As this process has gone on from the Historic Commission to here, there has been conversation in the neighborhood about what is the future of Edge Hill? What do the residents of Edge Hill want Edge Hill to be now and for years to come? Some folks you will hear from tonight are going to be very concerned and opposed to the overlay because they're concerned about what they want to be able to do with their properties. Some of them are considering, their families, considering what they'd like to do themselves. And so you're going to see a lot of passion, and you're going to hear a lot of, quite frankly, well-reasoned and intelligent arguments on both sides. I do believe that for the initial intent that this was brought to you for, which was to prevent the demolition of historical structures, conservation overlay probably is the tool that you would be able to use because, quite frankly, there are no other tools. This wouldn't go for a historical overlay. This is probably the one that accomplishes that goal. However, the community continues to talk amongst itself, and they're having good small group meetings and have had larger meetings as well that I'm sure that they'll refer to. You will see folks on both sides, and there will be no, I don't believe, clear majority tonight, and that's okay. As they talk, I ask for the commissioners, as you always do, to consider each person individually and also the totality of it, and I very much appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, and we'll make sure that we reserve your rebuttal time as well at the very end. I do want to remind everybody, like I did in our last hearing, it's always important to be professional, be respectful of each other, address the chair. You have 2 minutes to speak, each side. Each person will do the fours first and then the opponents next. Make sure that you state your name and your address. We absolutely welcome you, and we appreciate you coming down to share your thoughts. It's often when you have disagreements, that's what we're here for, to try to listen through those and let everybody have a fair discussion. So I appreciate the commissioners, and I appreciate you all coming down. And so anyone wishing to speak in support, come on up to the microphone, and if you all would line up. And then we also ask just try not to repeat yourselves and stick to the issues and be professional. Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Ronald Miller, 905 Villa Place, lifelong resident of the Edge Hill community, speaking on behalf of the Edge Hill Coalition. 5 minutes. Oh, thank you. First, we would like to thank the Historical Commission. I see Robin Ziegler, who was very instrumental with us in the planning staff, Councilman O'Connors and Councilman Sledge, who worked tirelessly over the past 2 years, bringing us to this point. And thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. It's been a long day. And what we are interested in is that we believe in the policy that the Metro Charter states the role of the Metro Planning Commission is to guide growth and development and encourage character, preservation, and protection of historical features. Edge Hill is full of rich history, dating back to the Civil War, to the contraband camps that brought history to Edge Hill, that brought the African American to Edge Hill to make a mark in the Nashville community. After being approved on June 20th by the Historical Commission, our scheduled hearing, as you heard, was deferred on June the 28th. During that time, we went back and re-examined what we needed to do. We heard from the opposition. We discovered that many in opposition did not even know about the overlay or its process, and most of all, did not even know about the Edge Hill Coalition. The coalition is made up of many organizations within Edge Hill, striving to preserve, protect the character of this unique 200 years of history in the neighborhood. The coalition is the past, the present, and the future of Edge Hill. Our members were instrumental in working with what we call the White Way Laundry, which is now in the Edge Hill Village. Our members have had a scholarship fund where we have raised over and given out over $500,000 in scholarships to students in the Edge Hill area. You heard the Merrill School a few weeks ago. It was some of our members back in the early 2000s that petitioned to have the land developed, cleared off, so that the site could be used as a track. We saved the polar bears. Some of you have seen the Edge Hill polar bears. Many of us today are wearing, whether we're opposition, for or against, we're using the logo as the polar bear. Had it not been for the coalition, the polar bears would have been sold. We entered into an agreement with Civic Design, established a award-winning process where we would be awarded design to design what we call the Polar Bear Plaza at 12th and Edge Hill. We have the neighborhood community garden, first-time home buyer. We even established a buffer zone on South Street between residents and non-conforming use, and also aided, as Councilman Sled said, in changing the zone from R6 to R6A. We heard the complaints of the residents being unaware of the overlay. The overlay team decided that what are we going to do to bring this community together? So the team decided, after this meeting was deferred, to have a sit-down dinner, a big sit-down dinner, on July the 24th at 6 to 8 p.m. at the Belmont Church at 16th and Grand. We had a sit-down dinner. We sent out over 200 postcards to the affected house and brochures, broke bread together, and had a program where we discussed the pros and cons of the overlay. Approximately 100 people attended. We had David Ewing, the BZA chairman, to be the moderator. Ron Yearwood, design director, Civic Design Center, and Sean Alexander at the Metro Historical.
Thank you, sir. Sorry you ran out of time.
All right.
The 5 minutes goes fast.
Goes quick.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Chairman Atkins, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Rob Benshoff, and I live at 916 14th Avenue South, and I also own a rental property within the overlay boundary at 1016 15th Avenue South.
Hold on, sir. Let's make sure your microphone is, tap it to see if, there we go. Okay, just talk a little closer.
Talk closer?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll start your minutes over here.
Start again?
Yep, sorry.
Okay.
There we go. Okay.
All right. So my name is Rob Benshoff, and I live at 916 14th Avenue South, and I also own a rental property within the proposed overlay boundary at 1016 15th Avenue South. So I know that many of you are familiar with the Conservation Overlay, or the NCZO. While the bulk of the guidelines for our proposed overlay remain the same as the guidelines for communities around the country, some changes were made to the Edge Hill design guidelines. So after receiving feedback from the Edge Hill community, the Historic Commission made several changes to the guidelines in order to add flexibility. So if you look at the Section 5 of the proposed guidelines, you can find where dormers are allowed to be added to the front of historical homes, and a maximum of 2 feet can be added to the height of contributing homes within the proposed boundary, guidelines. So we've tried to make the overlay as flexible as possible and yet retain historical character of the homes and the neighborhood. So there's roughly 30 conservation overlays within Nashville. And every day someone puts an addition on their home under one of these very similar overlays for their family, for an Airbnb space, or whatever. And in the proposed overlay area, where HPRs are allowed, some could subdivide a historic home as an HPR and sell both sides. So that's not even restricted under the overlay. I called an HPR expert the other day at a title company who teaches about HPRs for verification on that. So my point is that the proposed overlay is not restrictive, and many people make changes to their homes under these overlays all the time. And I'm currently working, let's see.
Thank you, sir.
That's good.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Welcome.
Greetings, Chairman and Commission. Alethea Harris Little, 2518 Jefferson Street, representing my mother, Joyce Harris, 1401 Tremont Street, 37212, my childhood home. Co-chair of the Edge Hill Coalition Overlay Committee, I would like to share and then disseminate a letter to the Planning Commission. Dear Planning Commissioners, it is my pleasure to endorse the impressive efforts of the Edge Hill Neighborhood Coalition and the Edge Hill Conservation Overlay. Churches, nonprofit organizations, associations, and grassroots groups have worked for nearly 2 years to bring the Edge Hill Conservation Overlay into fruition. The Edge Hill Conservation Overlay embodies the needs of the community and is the best tool to facilitate growth while ensuring that the historical significance of Edge Hill remains intact, helping longtime property owners to stay in their homes, one, helping new residents to expand and modernize existing structures while maintaining the architectural value which makes Edge Hill unique, is on target for Nashville and Tennessee as a whole. I strongly encourage the Metro Planning Commission to approve the passage of this ordinance in the best interest of the community and Nashville. In service, Dr. Harold M. Love, State Representative.
Hand the letter over.
And I have 25 seconds. I am a student support as well as a born and raised Nashvilleian and also growing up in the house on 1401 Tremont Street.
Thank you for coming down. Next, come on up.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me? I am Dr. Dara Myers. I have lived for nearly 30 years at 1025 15th Avenue South. And first of all, I want to thank the Commission for the thoughtful consideration that you have given this issue for over 2 years. Much appreciated. When I first moved to Edge Hill, I was stunned to learn that my new neighbors, their beautifully restored home had once been devastated by fire, and they restored again. In 2008, when my 1896 home suffered the same fate, I was devastated. I refused to sell. I finally located craftsmen who were willing to work alongside me for only $10 an hour. That's all I could afford. And they did this because they believed in what I was doing, that I was restoring a historic home to a historic neighborhood. That restoration took 6 years. I believe in Edge Hill. My fire-devastated neighbors across the street have done far more than bricks and mortar could ever tell. Buildings are one thing. People in spirit of Edge Hill are something else. Stan and Alice Weber, in their work through Salama, have rescued dozens of at-risk kids who are now successful adults. Many of them are college graduates. And my next-door neighbor and his wife have a sign on their front gate. It says, "Wherever you're from, we're glad you're now our neighbor." And that sign is in 3 languages: Spanish, English, and Arabic. Now, I am proud to be a part, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Joel Dark. I live at 1027 15th Avenue South. I coincidentally happen to be the neighbor who has the sign on the gate. I'm speaking in support of the proposed conservation overlay for Edge Hill. I've lived in Edge Hill since 2002. There is nowhere in Nashville or anywhere else in the world that I would rather live. Edge Hill has a lot to be vigilant about, and that is indeed why I am here. But the neighborhood's location, history, beautiful homes, front porches, back gardens, it's old, new, and in between residents. I was sitting just before I came up here next to the person whose grandfather built my house. Its churches and its engaged neighborhood organizations make it an absolute treasure. As everyone who gives directions to their house knows, some people overlook Edge Hill and underestimate it, say it's between Music Row and the Belmont, or it's between the Gulch and 12th South. But Nashville has started to recognize the unique importance of Edge Hill. And I would cite the 2003 neighborhood design study of the Civic Design Center that already, at that time, suggested a historic conservation overlay. Councilmember O'Connell correctly described the neighborhood in the media this week as, quote, arguably the oldest intact residential community in Nashville. Nashville literally could not be what it is today without the people who lived in Edge Hill and whose historic homes currently have no protection. The homes of the McKissicks, because of their architectural legacy, are the ones that immediately come to mind, but that is just the beginning of a list, a very long list. We need to protect this neighborhood, and I am confident that you will. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Secretary, Chairman, and Commissioners, thank you so much for your time. My name is Theo Antoniadis. I lived for 15 years at 1720 15th Avenue South in Edge Hill. I think it's clear from the staff report that you heard that the overlay definitely falls in line with policy regarding the Green Hills Midtown Plan, maintaining existing character and also by preserving important assets. But beyond that, it's important for us, I believe, because it's the only tool available to us in an area that does not have a neighborhood-specific plan after Nashville Next to address the major concerns that I and other members of the area have. One, how to bring some sense of consistency, cohesion to our neighborhood in light of recent growth, and also how to protect the history of Edge Hill, which you've heard about in the speakers before me. As a realtor, I work extensively in neighborhoods with overlays, Belmont Hillsborough, Hillsborough West End, 12 South, and I see the tremendous value, both in terms of community and property value, that the people I work with are experiencing. Then I come across Wedgwood to our neighborhood, and it feels almost like the Wild West. The cohesion, the consistency, thrown out the window. We have the same historic significance, infrastructure, housing stock, but Edge Hill is sort of left out in the cold. And as you heard before, this is one of our most important historic significant neighborhoods in town. It's not about us having some sort of a taxidermy neighborhood where we all, ride horse and buggy carriages around and look out, our old houses. It's about cohesion, guidelines for new construction, and preservation of historic assets. Please remember also, this overlay only covers 5% of the parcels in Edge Hill, many of which are the homes of people significant to Nashville's history and the United States history. That's all that's left, is 5% that the commission has deemed able to be protected by this. So this is a tried and true tool that Edge Hill deserves, I believe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you, commissioners and planning staff. My name is Karen Kaladimos. I'm at 907 Villa Place. I've lived there for 18 years. I support the overlay. As you can see from the timeline that you have, we've worked really hard and diligent in over a year-and-a-half process or more to inform the community, to engage residents, to determine which tool would best serve Edge Hill, the mission of the coalition, and Nashville Next. We researched, gathered information, engaged residents to help shape the place we live, to problem solve, to address the concerns of our community, to determine solutions that provide long-lasting improvements for our neighborhood's livability. We held 7 community meetings announced through the coalition and the ENVA email list, put flyers on doors, attended a forum arranged by those of the opposition. On June 24th, the 8th informational meeting and dinner was held for residents to submit written questions to a panel of experts. 8 of us, including myself, canvassed the area, the community, from October 17 to February of 18 to provide residents information. We answered questions and documented whether they supported, opposed, or were undecided. We also documented if the property was a rental, an STR, or it was vacant. During canvassing, each block captain respected the opinions of all surveyed residents. Our goal was to provide information, printed materials, and dates of upcoming community meetings, to answer questions, and most importantly, to listen. Once we determined if a sufficient number of residents supported, we proceeded with this process. We passed unanimously at Historic and are now before you asking for your support. We believe the overlay is the best tool to protect our neighborhood long-term, preserve significant historic architecture and homes, maintain diversity, streetscape, and the neighborhood fabric of Edge Hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Zaya Mutu, and I'm a TSU student. So I'm 18 years old, and I'm the person who sent the petition. Tonight, I will be speaking on the behalf of my mother and sister and I. So we moved into the Edge Hill neighborhood in 2008. We loved the fact that it was racially mixed neighborhood, one of the few in Nashville. Our position on the conservation overlay is that it is a way to respect the African American history of this neighborhood. I personally believe that those who have been here for 20, 30, or even 40, 50 years should have their voices heard first. They may have childhood memories in Edge Hill. That is a form of wealth, which should be as important as property value. Also, a harmonious neighborhood, architecturally and socially, is more enticing for future families than more of the same structures. So we have a choice to make for Edge Hill. Do we want buildings for short-term rentals as Airbnb outlet and run by people who don't even live in the neighborhood or even in the city? Or do we want to live in a real neighborhood? I believe it's better for us all to look at ways to live together in Edge Hill. preserving the old trees and old houses, historical elements that we still enjoy, and the overlay will be a step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Donald McCord. I live in 1008 15th Avenue South, Nashville, Tennessee. I've been living there for over 62 years. My father and excuse me. This may not mean much to you, but it's the world to me. That's my village. I'm for the overlay and conservation because I'm for the needy and not the greedy. And you can tell these developers they have invaded our neighborhood, are greedy, because they tear down the old beautiful home and put up two skinny houses on one piece of property, changing our look of our beautiful historic neighborhood because of greed. The love of money is the root of all evil. We are supposed to use money but love people. But some people have got that twisted. They love money and use people. Developers have used the historical black community for their special selfish greed. The way I understand it, the overlay conservation will help preserve the look and the feel of the neighborhood. So as I come to a close, I sincerely hope and pray that somebody have the guts and the heart to say enough is enough and save our neighborhood, even from Lower Broad all the way up to 15, that our ancestors fought so hard for, blood, sweat, and tears. And now let these greedy developers come in our city and tear down and build their own city.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for letting me. God bless you. May God keep you.
Appreciate it. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Cynthia Matthews. I don't actually live in Edge Hill. I live in 12 South at 2923 Vaux Lane, but I have been a property owner in Edge Hill. And I have been asked to speak tonight on behalf of the Edge Hill United Methodist Church and the Edge Hill Neighborhood Partnership, which it incorporated in 2008 as a part of its ministry to the community. And we have, in many ways and on many fronts, tried to help preserve the community, preserve the residents of the community, and we're involved in a lot of things that are going on in Edge Hill, and I'm probably known as, I'm all over Edge Hill. One of the things that sort of kicked off this conservation overlay was the discovery that they were tearing down a particular house a couple of years ago, and we had tried to prevent demolition, and that just didn't work. So we got together and said, well, what can we do to get some kind of design overlay that will help to preserve the character of the neighborhood so that it doesn't all end up looking like another town. We'd like to see that it remain something that looks like the historic Edge Hill that we have all known for so long, that was built by African Americans after the war, so that it's really important at this time to approve this conservation overlay, and I hope that you will. And so does Pastor John Feldhacker at Edge Hill United Methodist Church, and other people who are involved in the Edge Hill Neighborhood Partnership and the Edge Hill Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Allison Schachter, and I'm the owner and resident of 1022 Villa Place, located in the Conservation Overlay. And I want to thank you for this hearing tonight and for your patience. I know it's been a long night. I'm grateful to live in a city with a dedicated planning commission that has at its fingertips tools like this Conservation Overlay that can shape development in the city while preserving its rich heritage. A Conservation Overlay is a no-brainer for our neighborhood. It allows for thoughtful development that preserves the rich history and character of our neighborhood. We have beautiful old houses, rich architectural and cultural history that includes the country's first national African-American architectural firm and the William Edmondson's home site, and imagine if his home was preserved today. These homes and this rich history are of value not only to our community and our neighborhood, but also for the city as a whole. People visit Charleston, they visit Savannah and New Orleans, and they go to see these historic neighborhoods because they're important heritage. The value of our neighborhood is about more than just profit, whether from short-term rentals and developers. It's about community and history that can be preserved as a resource not only for today, but for the future. So I encourage you to vote yes on the overlay.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Alexander, and I live at 3521 Central Avenue. I don't live in Edge Hill, but I'm an artist advocate that works with Edge Hill Coalition. I am speaking this evening on behalf of Walter Searcy of the NOAA organization. Walter and Joyce Searcy live at 1029 Villa Place, 37217. He is currently in the ER due to an infection, but he and his wife send the following message. It is an imperative that the African-American cultural predicates of Edge Hill are preserved. Edge Hill was known in the 50s and 60s as the African-American Gold Coast. Many of us appreciate the new interest shown by our new neighbors. They are wonderful additions to the community. Nevertheless, we implore you not to allow this wonderful history to be erased. Please don't let this history be wiped away. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time and for listening. Questions and issues of Nashville's physical development are as crucial as ever. My name is Ben Tran. I am a resident and homeowner at 1022 Villa Place, which is in the proposed overlay area. I am in strong support of the Conservation Overlay in order to preserve and enhance Edge Hill's community and history. The Conservation Overlay is the most obvious and sensible way to promote growth and development in Edge Hill. This Conservation Overlay strikes a needed balance. One, preserving Edge Hill's built environment and history, while two, also allowing for growth that is to scale and in character. With an overlay, Edge Hill's growth will be rooted in the community's history, distinctive history and character. Edge Hill is rapidly changing, and the future will be much richer and fruitful if we preserve the built environment, historical aura, and its living history. Really imagine if the William Edmondson home was still there, how it would so beautifully tell the story of Edge Hill and Nashville's most important and nationally well-known visual artist. How it would be the cultural epicenter at the Memorial School Park for not only Edge Hill, but other surrounding areas like Wedgwood, Houston, and the 12 South neighborhood and the Gulch, indeed for all of Nashville. There's the story of the McKissick brothers, founders of the first African-American national architectural firm. Not only are their family homes still in Edge Hill, but so many of their designed and built homes are there as well. I, for one, am quite in love with their modern bungalows. How wonderfully better and richer we all are for this architectural history. There's nothing like this story and history anywhere else in the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Rodney King. I own and have lived in my home at 907 Villa Place for 21 years, and I'm strongly in favor of the overlay. Buying a home is a large investment. For most, the largest investment they'll make in their lifetime. When making such a purchase, shouldn't you have a reasonable expectation that your neighborhood will remain fairly consistent over time? Will you be assured that your neighbor won't open a pig farm in his backyard or build an addition to his home that mimics the Starship Enterprise? Do your property rights to do with what you want with your property supersede the property rights of your neighbors? In other words, good zoning makes good neighbors. Until recently, the existing zoning in Edge Hill proved to be fairly adept at meeting those requirements. People moved in, fixed up their homes, some were torn down, replaced with new ones that fit within the neighborhood. But within the past couple of years, the existing zoning has shown its limitations, and this has led to disruption in our neighborhood and a lack of predictability on what it'll look like next year, much less in 5 years. What we're seeking is community development instead of gentrification. Community development improves the existing neighborhood, maintaining its essence and scale, and includes current neighbors in those improvements. On the other hand, gentrification seeks to replace the neighborhood with a new vision of massive modern buildings housing either new upscale residents or short-term rentals, flinging current residents to the outskirts of the county. This has already happened in one section of Edge Hill, a section that developers have renamed Gulch South. The Gulch is a good thing for Nashville. It just should remain in the Gulch. Changing the name of a neighborhood rips it from the historic fabric that ties Nashville together. This overlay will protect Edge Hill by putting the needs of the residents over the wants of developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you all for having me and hearing my voice. I've been in Nashville now for 21 years. I've been a resident of Edge Hill for 14 years. I love Edge Hill. I'm here for history. I'm an author. I'm also founder and executive director of Healthy Life for Healthy Families. I have assisted and helped a lot of residents in Nashville, in Edge Hill. A lot of families are so afraid that they're going to have to move out of their homes and out of their city. And we have to be a voice for them. The gentleman spoke about love and greed. I'm not here for greed. I'm here for love and here to assist and help. I attend Mount Sinai Primitive Baptist Church that sits on the corner of Tremont and 14th Avenue South. My pastor is Elder Anthony Maurice Johnson. That is a historical church. And we need to keep our historical sites. We need to stand as a family and as a community, as a neighborhood. I have brought history to Edge Hill as of Saturday, July the 28th. Bullets Have No Eyes is a state observance day in the state of Tennessee. We kicked that off, jump-started at my church, and I just want to say that I am for the overlay. I am for all history. I think history is good for our students, for our families, for the ones who fought hard, who sweated, who built. I am for the overlay. Thank you for hearing my voice.
Thank you. Yep, we need your address.
I'm so sorry.
You okay?
My name is Mamie, M-A-M-I-E, Turner, 1034 13th Avenue South, Apartment A. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you. Randy Parks, 1606 18th Avenue South. First, let me say that I am deeply invested in Mamie Turner's wellness organization and strongly support her programs in Edge Hill. Though I live in an apartment house 2 blocks away on 18th Avenue South, there is no neighborhood there, unless the term means only houses grouped together. Edge Hill is my neighborhood. Its appearance dates roughly from about 1880 to 1920, as seen, and this should be emphasized, according to the overlay, seen only from streets and sidewalks. I love to walk the sidewalks and streets of Edge Hill, sharing it with those who live there, where families watch over their children and their safety, and children freely roam the neighborhood. It is not a world of strangers. The neighborhood has its own personality, its own character. but I am afraid for Edge Hill, afraid that violent contrasts of modern condos next to a beautiful Victorian house next to a modern condo will tear apart its coherence. It will become a jumbly, a district with no character, no personality. Edge Hill is an undiscovered treasure. 10 years from now, hopefully, visitors to Nashville will come to see Edge Hill or stay there in a B&B. Those who move into condos rather than suburbs tend to be the strangers to the place whose lives lie elsewhere and are focused away from the neighborhood. As more and more houses are torn down and more condos are built, often wretched in design, the character of the neighborhood unfortunately changes. What it means to the children and teenagers who live there change in unfortunate ways. Modern houses certainly have a place, and there is no reason they cannot be designed within a sense of belonging. But the overlay is the only way to stop the predatory onslaught now underway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Eric Schmeller, 1010 15th Avenue South. I'm a relative newcomer to the neighborhood compared to folks on both sides of the aisle behind me. Lived there 10 years. And surprised at how quickly, obviously, change has happened in the neighborhood. As a occupational hazard as a historian, I don't like change to happen too fast. But it's, and I actually kind of like some of the white and gray block houses with little yards. But the neighborhood, as I've lived there and got to know my neighbors a little better, Mr. McCord, Ms. McKissick, and learn more and more about the neighborhood, conservation is the key word. Need to kind of slow where we're going and maintain what we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Marguerite Ann Chapman, and I live at 1721 15th Avenue South, 37212. I am for the overlay. I have been in that area for about 43 years. My parents bought the house and lived there until they passed. I bought the house in 1999, and I've been there, as I say, 43 years, though, even before I bought the house. And I would like for you all to just vote for the overlay and understand what we feel. I taught in the area. I taught at Carter Lawrence School. So I know children, well, they're not children now, but I knew a lot of children in that area. I have a wonderful neighbor that's back there, Mr. Theo, that spoke. And he has a beautiful house and his wife. So I want to preserve all of that. That man back there watches after me. And I know it may not have anything to do with what I'm saying, what we're talking about, but he watches after me. When it's snowing, Mr. Theo is there, cleaning off cars, cleaning off the sidewalks. And I just love the people that I know in that neighborhood, and so I want to preserve it. And I want you all to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Gladys Lawrence. I have lived at 1706 15th Avenue South for over 50 years. It's been the happiest time of my life. I have 2 daughters, which was educated there, and now they are teachers. So there's 3 teachers who have helped educate the children in Nashville, Tennessee. We all love South Nashville. We have gone all around trying to do the best things we can. We are a Christian family, and we want to spread the love to everybody in our world. But we want to spread Christian love first. And we want this overlay to go in a Christian way. And may God bless all of you who help it to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. My name is Matthew Sullivan. I live at 1002 15th Avenue South. And my wife and I moved there, bought in 2000, had 2 babies at the time, had 2 more, and we've been raising our kids in Edge Hill ever since. And they love their neighborhood. 2 of my sons are recipients of the scholarship that Mr. Miller talked about at the front end. And it's a dear, dear place. We are transplants from Ohio, and when our family from Ohio come down and see us once a year or so, they go, "What is happening in your neighborhood? Isn't there any control? How does this happen?" And they point at a building. And we're like, right, yeah. We're worried. I'm a school teacher. I got a new head of school 2 years ago, and she has a mantra that I have adopted. It's a gift. I'm going to give it to you right now. Are you ready? Sane and reasonable. Is it sane and reasonable? It's for all of us. Sane and reasonable. I feel like this tool is a sane and reasonable way to preserve our neighborhood, to respect the history, and to not have my family come down and go, like Theo said it before, is this the wild, wild west of development? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Alice Rowley. I live at 1400 Villa Place in Edge Hill, right on the corner of Villa and Horton. My grandfather lived on 1023 Villa Place in 1915, where if you are a student of history, the Tennessee Ornithological Society was founded. It's the oldest conservation group in the Southeast, and the top trail at Radnor Lake is named for him. So we've been here for a while. My high school world history teacher, Miss McKissack, lives on 15th and Edge Hill, and a lot of folks have spoken about her. Over the last year, I became very involved in working across our community to save Fort Negley. And what was at the heart of that issue was decades of community planning that had gone in meetings like this, in other places, to create a plan that reflected the values of the community. And all of a sudden, in the 11th hour, a lot of people swooped in with a different sort of a plan that didn't make sense to the neighborhoods and didn't make sense to people like you that care about the process of planning. So what I want to point out here is I try to put myself in the shoes of the other side, the folks that are saying not to support this. And they're going to tell you that private property rights are the reason to not support this. But I have private property rights, the rights that I bought my residence with. I have 2 little boys that are both, one is in public schools in our neighborhood. And so I ask that you preserve both the planning that has gone in here and the property rights of all of us who actually live in the neighborhood, not those who advertise their home as a group home for 10 people and have its own Instagram account. I don't want more hotels next to me. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. I would like to thank you for your time and consideration with regard to this conservation overlay. My name is Vita Teresa Ciccolello, and while I'm not from Nashville originally, I've been here for 18 years, 15 of which have been in my house at 1720 15th Avenue South. Marguerite Chapman is my neighbor. And I just am here to express my passionate support for the overlay and the preservation of the integrity and the history of this fine neighborhood and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Jones. I live at 1031 15th Avenue South. My house was built in 1915. It's on the corner of 15th Avenue South and Tremont. Of course, I support the overlay. I feel that Edge Hill is a huge historic asset to Nashville and to Davidson County. I believe it needs to be protected I believe things need to be stabilized. So I respectfully request that you help us with this mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Maxine Miller. I live at 905 Villa Place. I have lived at 911 Villa Place and 912 Villa Place, so I've been there for like 40 years. My husband grew up on Villa Place. My children, my daughters grew up on Villa Place. And the community was a community, when we talk about a village, it takes a village. That village helped us raise our girls. They were able to walk up and down the street any time of day or at night and not worry because somebody was going to be there to watch them and to see where they were going and what was going on with them. I think they thought they were the mayor and vice mayor of Villa Place. But we, the house that we live in is over 100 years old, and they are absolutely gorgeous houses, and really we need to try and preserve as many of them as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Caesar Harris. I live at 1401 Tremont Street. I've been there. That house been in my family 5 generations. My grandmother lived there on my daddy's side, and her sister, my daddy, me, my daughter, now my granddaughter. We all been there. I'm 70 years old, so at least 80 years. And I've been working on the house since I've been moving there, because I don't want nobody touching it but me. And I just feel like if you all disapprove of this overlay, ain't no limit what they gonna do, because they got plenty of money. I ain't got no money. So I just want to let you know that I love that community. I'm gonna leave that house to my daughter and son. And the demand for the inner city is so great now that I don't know what they gonna do. I don't know. I ain't got the slightest idea if y'all disapprove of this overlay. There's no limit what they would do. They'd probably build a Taj Mahal next door to me or something. I don't know. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, my name is Chris Cotton. I live at 2209 Elliott Avenue, and I'm actually in the 12 South neighborhood, and I'm the president of the 12 South Neighborhood Association. We undertook this process in 2015. It was a long and difficult and valuable process. It made us understand who we are as a neighborhood and where we came from. I would like to say thank you. Since the overlay has been in place, our neighborhood has continued to prosper. Property values continue to rise. People continue to build homes. People continue to build additions. People continue to put dormers on their homes even. Golly gee. And yes, Airbnbs actually still operate in our neighborhood. We're a great, loving, thriving neighborhood. And this overlay process helped us understand, again, who we are, where we came from, and again, it has not harmed our neighborhood. It's been a benefit. So I would ask you to please consider approving this overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
So good evening, commissioners. I am Terry Chapman, and I am a third-generation person that lives at 1721 15th Avenue South. And I'm going to use an analogy tonight. I can remember the first day when we moved into that South Nashville neighborhood from off Jefferson Street. And I can tell you that any self-respecting kid, they know that you go to the playground to figure out what's going on in your community. So that's what happened to me and my brother and my cousins and I. So I'm going to use this same analogy. So let me see the hands of those of you who've ever played the childhood game telephone. You know what telephone is? You line up everybody, you start with a phrase at this end, you pass it down, and by the time it gets to the end of the line, it's a whole totally different thing. Well, that's what has happened in the Edge Hill area. So I'm going to say that the Edge Hill overlay area is the playground. And the new telephone game, it uses the internet. It uses the listservs. It uses Facebook. It even uses letters from developers to scare senior citizens out of their property, to trick them and tell them that if the overlay comes, that they're going to have to sell their property and get out. It has stoked a lot of fear into people. Something else about this playground is that there are always basically three groups of kids. There are the cool kids, the kids who are always involved. That's everybody in this room. We are the cool kids that are involved in our neighborhood. We love our neighborhood, whether we're for or against the overlay. Then there were the invisible kids. These were the kids, and nobody really paid attention to them, and they didn't really say anything. They just went along to get along. And that's who I stand up here for on behalf of the invisible neighbors in Edge Hill who would not write a letter and who wouldn't come out tonight because they said, who cares? You're going to do what you want to do anyway. And then I stand here on behalf of the bullies. These are the people who have put out lies, fake news, and all types of matter of some sad situations about what's going on with this overlay. There's been a lot of lies, and you're going to hear a lot of lies. I stand in support of the overlay.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Helton. I'm an attorney here in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm here on behalf of the Skadden 3 GP LLC. I'm in a unique position because I'm somewhat of a neutral here today. I'm not for or against this proposal. I am advocating for two pieces of property that are commercial property to be excluded from the overlay. I have exhibits that I've asked to be handed out today that are important to my presentation, and hopefully at this point you all have received those. The properties at issue are 1512 and 1514 South Street, which are at the very top and very outermost corner of the overlay up in the top left. It is a commercial piece of property. It's a 10,000 square foot office building built in 1977. Exhibit 1 shows you the orange line is the boundary of the proposed overlay. The exclusion that I'm advocating for is the blue line. If you will kindly look also, Exhibit 1 will show you that there are commercial properties surrounding the property that I'm advocating for that have not been included in this overlay. They include Curb Records, City National Bank. Our property seems to have been included in the overlay, even though the surrounding commercial properties are excluded. Exhibit 2 shows you another view of our property, the commercial building. Exhibit 3 shows, it zooms out a bit, and it shows you that along South Street here, you can see that properties all the way to the right, there's two houses all the way to the right. They have also been carved out of the overlay. So our request to be carved out does not impact the ability to include this entire street because other houses have been carved out. I implore you, please, any motion that you move today, please exclude 1512 and 1514 South Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brett Withers. I live at, not in this neighborhood, I live at 1113 Granada Avenue over in District 6. Just wanted to pass along a little bit of my own experience with different kinds of overlays. In the Eastwood neighborhood, of which I had been the neighborhood president for several years before I served on council, we had worked on a very similar process to this of a pretty extensive expansion of our conservation overlay. There was an area to the east of Porter Road where there were a lot of historic homes, but the outreach had not been conducted at that point that we felt it was appropriate to file back in 2012 and 2013. That area was included in a contextual overlay, however, and so this really just gets to the point of what different overlays do or don't do. So in the area, that area east of Porter where we did have a collection of historic houses, what neighbors experienced is that the area continued to have quite a bit of development pressure, and they were under threat or were starting to lose historic structures even with a contextual overlay in place, because of course the contextual overlay does not prevent the demolition of historic structures. And so I was blessed in that sense that a lot of those neighbors continued those conversations over the years, and recently came before this body and passed expansion of the conservation overlay, an upgrade to the conservation overlay, which passed on the consent agenda because we had a lot of support. It's regrettable that that's not the case here today, but just wanted to reiterate that other overlays are available. However, they do not retain the historic structures that obviously seem to be so important to this community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate you coming down. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? So if y'all will line up, and let me remind everybody, be professional, address the chair, no name calling, all that good stuff. We appreciate you very much coming down, and please state your name and your address.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jill Bader. I was requested in advance to speak for 5 minutes on behalf of our group, so I'm just confirming that. I'm here with my neighbor, Charles Howe, who also stands in opposition with me.
I got you.
Here is a map of all of the homes that are opposed to the overlay. You have a copy of that same map, as well as other information about some of the stories I will be referencing. As I mentioned, my name is Jill Bader. I live and vote at 1220 Villa Place. Joining me to represent me in opposition is my neighbor here, Charles Howe. I'm a Nashville native and bought my first home in Edge Hill with the intent to stay and raise a family. I have taken great joy in making this house my home. I specifically purchased my home without an overlay or an HOA to have the freedoms to make additions to my home as my family grows and changes, as others have done in this community for 100 years. As you see, a majority of the neighborhood agrees that we do not want this overlay as shown by the map. How do I know we are in the majority? Because I have personally gone door to door to nearly every home within the overlay with my neighbors, Charles Howe and John Moore, to speak to our neighbors. We found an overwhelming majority of residents we spoke with were not in favor of this overlay. We found residents who have been here for decades were extremely opposed and hadn't yet been engaged in the conversation. Worryingly, we discovered dozens of our neighbors' preferences were inaccurately submitted to our city councilman as proof of a neighborhood preference. These inaccuracies are wrong. We have noted them in yellow in the packets that you have in front of us. After discovering these inaccuracies, our opposition group repeatedly offered to jointly canvass the neighborhood with leadership supportive of the overlay to ensure that an accurate accounting of these errors could be reflected. We were denied this request by leadership of those supporting the overlay. We also offered to work together to find another zoning tool as a compromise that would satisfy the concerns of the majority of those for and against the overlay. These were denied by the leadership of those supporting the overlay as well. We also requested a joint meeting where speakers for and against the overlay could have equal time. We were denied this request. We have been dismayed by the entire process as it did not accurately give the majority voice to the opposition, most of whom are residents. This is improper. This process has divided our neighborhood and turned neighbor against neighbor. It caused division where there was once unity and community. Those of us in opposition do appreciate the good intentions of the organizers to celebrate the history and protect a growing, changing Edge Hill and a growing, changing Nashville. We want this too. We have asked for a compromise. We have asked for community support. We have asked for an equal voice, and we have asked for an accurate accounting of our preferences. So Charles and I will stand here today representing residents who live here like us, like Millie Smith, Lily and Betty, who told us they were opposed, or Rachel Schaub, who's new to Villa like me with 3 small children and twins on the way, and Randy and Sharon Hargrove, who were inaccurately counted in the surveys submitted, and Charles Hill and Robert Cousins and Kermit Jeffries and Tracy Woods, and the rest of the over 100 people in our neighborhood who deserve to be counted. We are the majority opposed. This is a neighborhood angry, greatly divided, hurt, and upset. Please recognize that we do not want this overlay and vote as such. Thank you for your time. Charles?
Charles Howe, 1009 15th Avenue South. I would just like to say that you've heard about gentrification, and I've got news that gentrification has already happened in the area because the majority of the people who live there are people who have come who are upper middle class and financially well-heeled. The majority of the people who have been there for many, many years have no intention of selling, and those that have these concerns about what will happen to their properties don't have to sell their properties. They can maintain their properties as they have. The majority of people with historically significant properties are primarily owned by people who have bought them and have renovated them. The people who are for this have been very articulate because they have spent a lot of time and effort, obviously, about this. And you're going to hear from a number of people who aren't going to be as articulate because they're not as informed, because they were not included and they didn't know about this process. But these are homeowners, they're neighbors on both sides, and the majority of the people in the area are opposed. The difference in this overlay, based on my conversations with the Historical Association, is that people in the past have been for it in the majority in the area, and this overlay, the majority of people in the affected area who live there will be opposed.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Brian Seward, 1309 Tremont. Heard a lot of dramatic portrayal of the evil, greedy developer, and I'm a minority in this opposition, and I'm sure glad I came to put a face on that evil, greedy developer, because I didn't have my Hugo Boss custom fit suit that I could wear, nor are $100 bills oozing out of my orifices. In fact, I'm wearing steel-toed boots because I came from the job site. I'm just like everybody in this room who goes to work every day. My job just happens to involve sticks and bricks. But I work hard for the people that I love, and anything that imposes the ability for me to do the best that I can with what I've got is what brings the majority who is in opposition tonight. I own several historic homes, and I did not blade them in different parts of town to put up tall and skinnies, nor is that in my intention in Edge Hill. In fact, I've seen probably some of the most graceful and tasteful development in this neighborhood. I've got a property on Spain Avenue in East Hill. 42 homes went in 2.5 years, tall and skinny. That is not happening. You'd think a transformer from hell came and started crashing houses down by some of these testimonies. That is not happening in Edge Hill. That's why the majority is the opposition of mostly homeowners and me as a developer that just want to do graceful, tasteful, architectural improvement, just like the thing you passed before this, which promotes diversity and development of this amazing town. And again, I love my historic homes. And all I've done in the neighborhoods in which I own property is make them better, prettier, put better people in them, increase the socioeconomic profile of the neighborhood in which I own the homes. And by the way, my company has built 7 Habitat for Humanity homes, refurbished 2 schools with Hands On Nashville, and given a ton of money to St. Jude's. There's Christian love in the evil developer. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vishnu Jayamohan, representing 1204 Villa. I'm opposed to the overlay for 3 key reasons. First, community does not equal styling. Okay, you might like purple, I like blue. That has nothing to do with short-term rentals. You can run a short-term rental out of your shed. You can run it out of a tall, skinny. The people for the overlay have stated that they hate tall skinnies. That's a styling issue. That has nothing to do with community and religion. You can have a tall skinny and put languages or a sign in 8 languages in the front yard for all I care. And styling has nothing to do with the people in that home. Do we think that people in tall skinnies are robots that don't want to be part of the neighborhood? Heck, they invested all that money to be there for a reason. They want to be part of the community. Styling has nothing to do with these things. Second point, this overlay stifles progress. A lot of the pro comments have been, oh, it's not that restrictive. If it's not that restrictive, don't do it. Frankly. I mean, right there on that map, on that yellow, is a house on Tremont that was abandoned for 2 years and became a hotbed for crime. And a developer came in, one of those mean developers like you saw before, just before me, came in, knocked it down, and built up a lovely home. Why didn't the existing home work? Why didn't somebody want to renovate that? Because the existing footprint just does not match what a growing current family needs. Lastly, I'm sorry to say, and I'd love to walk all of you through the neighborhood, a lot of these homes don't have true architectural historic value. And that's not a knock on the beauty of anybody's home, neither does mine, but they just don't have historic value. This is not Belmont. So, I don't want a hodgepodge in my neighborhood. Like I said, there's already a lot of new houses there, and let's just let people be and do what they want to do. Nobody's intruding on the sense of community. In fact, we're bringing more community in. We're reducing crime. So with that, I urge you to reject this overlay. Just look behind me. Look at all the folks that are opposed to it. They're the majority.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, David Yates, 1502 South Street. I am very opposed to the overlay and agree with Jill Bader that the survey done has many, not hers, but the previous one, has many errors, and owners are listed as for the overlay and are actually opposed. I think her presentation that the majority of owners do not favor the conservation overlay. Councilman O'Connell has stated that he gives more weight to residents than to non-residents or absentee owners. I believe this is obviously discriminatory. First, some owners, such as myself, at various times have owned my property for 32 years and have been a resident and at other times a landlord. As an aside, I would point out that the non-residents or landlords basically pay a significantly higher tax rate than residents, and I would say, as an aside, thereby making more funds, at least in theory, available to the neighborhood for improvements. When the overlay was considered and defeated for Sylvan Park, a study showed property values within Sylvan Park would be 20% lower than without the overlay. I'm a retired veteran, and for those of you who are retired, I would say the overlay, considering architectural fees, repeated inspections by the commission, changes in the proposed plans, increased costs of materials, etc., and in general, delays in approvals and changes involving your time as well. In other words, a lot more expensive red tape. Finally, since the issue seems to be the neighborhood does not want the tall, skinny buildings, I believe we have regulations with codes and zoning which could be used to prevent that happening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Rambo, and my address is 3801 Dartmouth Avenue. I'm a native Nashvilleian, and my family has owned 1502 South Street for over 32 years. I would like to state that I and my family are opposed to the conservation overlay. My father, who just spoke, is a retired veteran, and one of my major concerns is that should he ever need to move back for medical reasons, the expense, hassle, and multiple levels of oversight caused by the overlay could be prohibitive, frustrating, and restrictive. I am a sandwich generation child and am well aware of the necessity of flexibility when it comes to the future care of elderly parents. Unfortunately, the proposed overlay does not allow for that flexibility. In addition, it is clear to me that the debate over this overlay has divided our community. I would love it if both sides would be willing to meet and truly try to compromise. I would like to request again that the Edge Hill community be allowed additional time to get us all together on neutral territory to work through a compromise rather than forcing a proposed conservation overlay. I truly would like to see a united community. It is well known that a united community can accomplish much more than a divided one. For evidence, take a look at the polar bears. We're both wearing them. Unfortunately, I believe this proposed conservation overlay will keep us divided. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I hope you will consider helping us put our community back together by allowing us to work together on a compromise that works for everyone rather than approving such a divisive issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
We're starting the clock. My name is Alan Messer. I live at 1019 Villa Place. I'm a 40-year resident of the Edge Hill community and 25-year resident owner of my current property. I am against the overlay as it stands right now. Our community has been divided. I have not been informed over the years about this overlay until very recently. And that's the bottom line. How many people in this room are against? Stand up. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, and I applaud your stamina. My name is Elizabeth Crook. I live at 1509 Villa Place. I've been living in Nashville this go-around for 30 years. I also went to college here, and I was here as a child when my father was getting his education. I am also here for my neighbor, Alva Jean Robinson, who lives at 1508 Villa Place. She's now in an assisted living home. She's lived on Villa Place since 1953. And she called me from Schrader Acres, where I now visit her, to say, will you please say I'm in opposition? What I believe is not the opposition to the overlay, but a neighborhood is more than buildings, although buildings and viewscape are hugely important to me personally. What I find most distressing is the first thing I did when I moved to Villa Place was to go out and meet my neighbors. I know all of their names, I know something of their history, and I've been distressed when people who didn't own their houses were forced out and someone redid the house because they didn't own it or because the next generation couldn't afford to buy out a generation. All of those things concern me, but what really concerns me is that we have two very equally diverse groups sitting behind us. And yet, somehow, in all of this, I was lectured by one member saying, if you didn't know about the coalition, which I just heard of 7 days ago, it's because you didn't want to know about the coalition. I walk Edge Hill, I walk from one end of Villa to the other. I come up 15th, down 14th, come back around South Street. I've done that for all the time I've been there until I had a hiking injury. I've never heard anything about a coalition. So it makes me wonder if other people are equally in the dark. I want to preserve the neighborhood, not just the buildings, but the connections. And if we are this fractured, I think we need to go back to the drawing board as a community. I work as a facilitator and strategist to help people have difficult conversations, and I think we're in need of one now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Sharon Bell, 1028 Villa Place. I've owned my property for 33 years. It was built in 1910. It had been a boarding house that was condemned by the city. I restored the house historically where possible. I kept the mirrored wooden mantels, tile fireplaces, wooden floors, long floor-to-ceiling windows. However, I understand the compromises that must be made to modernize a house for comfortable family living. I want to be able to make decisions about my own property without having to seek the city's approval. I'm strongly against the overlay.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Kendra Thompson. I am a resident at 2300 10th Avenue South, and I am here to oppose the overlay because the area where I live right now, it is a part of an overlay, and my family is experiencing the pitfalls of the overlay, and I'm here to speak for the Edge Hill community who may be facing the overlay to please not do this because of a personal situation that my family is facing. So as a part of me being in opposition to the proposed overlay, property owners should retain the right to determine how they want their property to appear. Also, it seems to be some issue of Airbnbs, tall houses. However, for my situation, and I'm pretty sure for a lot of people behind me, it's about their family and their family legacy and how families desire to sustain their family on their property. That's what it's about. It's about sustaining, it's about evolution, it's about being progressive, and it's about a rebirth. I know for a lot of African Americans, the preserved history isn't it isn't too much to be preserved. So I'm all about the change. I'm all about progressive, and I'm all about property owners being able to express their right, how they would like their home to appear, where they have to dwell, as well as their family. profits may appear to be a priority for most. However, once again, for a progressive family such as mine, it's about legacy and moving forward.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hop along. Hi, my name is Jamie Carney, and I live at 1024 15th Avenue South. We've lived in that house for 24 years and 6 years at 1020, so 30 years in the neighborhood. I come to you, I was kind of hoping we would never come to you and you wouldn't have to rub your eyes and be so tired. I've been trying over months and months and months to say, please, can we not come together? I love all these people on this side. I know so many of them. I agree with so many of them. I want the history to stay in Nashville. I don't want homes being torn down. We have so much more alike than we have apart. But this one particular overlay, for some reason, there's no budging. There's no compromise. Every time we talk, there's no willingness to go, let's look at people through other people's eyes. I moved here 30 years ago. We've grown both our children here. They're both adults. They want to stay in Nashville. My husband and I moved into a tiny little brick house, 800 square foot. We have built on. It's been great. I plant a flower. I know that I'm in a tree, and I'm hoping my grandchildren will climb that tree and see that flower. I don't want to have to move because I can't make my house possible for my children and my grandchildren. When we moved in, most of the people were teachers, social workers, people that didn't have super high incomes. My husband works at the Nashville Rescue Mission. I work at a church. We were people who moved in and could afford to live in Edge Hill and love the diversity of it. It's so different. It's so unique. It's so beautiful. And watching my kids grow up in a beautifully diverse place like that, that's a gift. Edge Hill is a gift to us. I want to be able to stay there. I want my children to be able to stay there, and I want the next generation to be able to thrive there. I also look at the seniors in our neighborhood. It breaks my heart to see the seniors who are aging and a lot of them have smaller houses. If their kids want to come back to help them, if their kids want to come back and make that their family home, they have to be able to have freedom to do that. Please do not pass this overlay. Let us find some compromise.
And remember, everybody, no shouting or anything. Let's keep it professional. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Carol Sofka, 3821 West End Avenue. I'm representing Michael Satasiri. He has 3 properties that are in Villa Place. He's lived there, in these properties for years, all around, and he's really opposed about the overlay, and he's very worried about his economic future with these properties and also about his real estate values. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good evening. You certainly have spent some time here. You've done a great job. I've had a chance to watch throughout the evening. My name is Ron Sofka. I live at 3821 West End Avenue, and I'm speaking on behalf of Skip and Cindy Brown. They're owners. They own at 1716 Villa Place. They were unable to be here, but they both strongly oppose the Edge Hill overlay, and I just wanted to make sure that we're on the record.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Dr. Sean Kelly. I live at 1023 B Villa Place with Christopher Sofka. I oppose the overlay. And I think what we're hearing are 2 different arguments, or 2 different issues, rather. One is the overlay, and one is the methods by which the proposal for the overlay was advanced. Regarding the latter, all I'll say is that in the informal survey that was submitted in January, my vote was counted as not applicable, as was Chris Sofka's, despite being residents and owners on Villa Place. So I'd like to state for the record that my vote is applicable. Now, regarding the actual overlay, you've heard over and over again that Edge Hill is unique and is eclectic. Yes, there is an insane amount of history, and there are historic homes, but there are also modern new constructions. There are homes in the style of colonial and Cape Cod and tract housing, and one that I think the term is Spanish Revival. But regardless, there are so many homes and so many different characters that it's hard to preserve a character when there's so many of them. And that in a community where there's only 5% historic homes and 95% homes with what would be considered non-historic value, a broad, restrictive overlay would simply be restrictive to the rest of us. I've seen Edge Hill in the year and a half that I've lived on it grow and thrive and become safer and more vital as younger families and professionals move in. And that's happening without the overlay, and that's a beautiful thing. So I oppose the overlay, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Chris Sofka. I live at 1023 B Villa Place, and I'm actually speaking on behalf of my neighbor, Ken Hinman, who owns 1023A Villa Place. His vote, by the way, was counted as not applicable in the January survey submitted, and he is against the overlay. This is from Ken. As a homeowner in Villa Place, it has been incredibly concerning that the overlay process has all but negated the voices of those that are opposed to the overlay. I have sent numerous documentations and emails voicing my opposition that I am vehemently against the overlay. I bought this home a year ago because I love the neighborhood and the aesthetics of the mixture of architecture. My home is modern, and that's okay. Some homes are historic, and that's okay as well. The Edge Hill neighborhood has evolved, and consumers are more interested in refined details and excellence in modern construction. I think it is a travesty for any organization to feel that they have the right to dictate what architectural design a buyer can or cannot do with his or her own property. To me, it is not about historical relevance, as many of the homes decided for this overlay. These homes wanted protection are either tremendously dilapidated or simply too dated with poor upkeep to have appeal to the modern day consumer. The overlay would eventually stagnate and halt free enterprise, solve the variety of different cultures and ethnic diversity, and destroy home values for those of us who've invested to own a property in Edge Hill. As I reviewed the proposed overlay, it is clear to me that there is no appreciation for the modernization of an inner city neighborhood. To lose that freedom is unacceptable to me. Respectfully, Ken Hinman, the owner of 1023A Villa Place. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Isabella Carney, and I am a resident at 1024 15th Avenue South. I've lived there for nearly 25 years, my entire life. I was born and raised there. Grew up in this community. My neighbors have been some of my closest friends. I grew up with their grandkids. We consider some of them family, most of them family, in fact. We've stayed at their houses during renovations when our air conditioner has gone out. They've been gracious enough to welcome us in. I'm also speaking on behalf of 1013 Villa Place, who could not be here tonight. We are opposed to the overlay because of all these great reasons we have heard tonight. There have been many times when neighbors have been misrepresented as investors, and that is just simply not the case. Most of our neighbors are against, and many of our neighbors, as Jill said before, have been misrepresented as being for the overlay. I've not liked this process because it has torn our neighborhood into pieces. I've loved getting to see people on both sides of it coming together in other ways. I mean, we have hashtag on our buttons that say Unite Edge Hill, and that's what we want to do. And so I urge you, please do not pass this overlay, as it will further divide our neighborhood and allow us to come to a consensus on what our neighborhood can do to protect our homes as well as all the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Mike Slarv. I own the home at 1508 Edge Hill. I am going to be retired here in about a week. I'm very excited about that. I bought the house there about 5 years ago. The restrictions, I have plans for that house. I want to remodel it. I want to add a house in the back, and I'd like to do other things. I am an ex-contractor. I looked very thoroughly into the background of the house before I bought it, knowing that I could, when I retire, do the things that I wanted to do with it that work into my plan that help me retire. That's not going to be able to happen if this overlay is approved. I'd also like to point out that all the houses, Councilman O'Connell, everything north of Edge Hill, and I'm just on the north side of Edge Hill, is in his district. If you look at this map over here, you'll notice that there's a vast majority of people that are against it in his own district, and he's the one who brought forward this overlay. I don't understand how it could get this far with so many people being against it, and what that is that there's a lack of information, and it was not brought forward to everyone at once. Also, One other thing. Everyone keeps bringing up the African-American situation and how that they live there and the history and all that, and that's all very, very true. One of the facts I'd like to point out, though, is that a lot of the African Americans own the smaller homes because they couldn't afford to buy big homes, big, beautiful homes in the neighborhood. That will relate to them in the future being restricted on the ability to basically profit from their property if they want to sell it at any time in the future because of the restriction about the doubling of the size of the property. Basically, the ship has come in and they can't get on it.
Thank you, sir.
Chair and Commission, thank you for having me. My name is Paul Huddleston. I own the property at 1516 Villa Place. I have come here tonight for the majority of reason and stayed tonight because I do believe in what they're saying about this map. In the survey that was done in January, I found out about this about a month ago. My house is listed as a yes. I've gone through my neighbors on both sides. Both don't agree with this. I've come back to the community and the neighbors that I know, and most people aren't behind this. I see this room, and I do agree these are all wonderful, passionate people, and the people in this room are the people that showed up, and that's very commendable. But I still think that there's a majority of people who are seeing this as a restrictive overlay and don't want it. So when we're saying we don't want it, we don't want it. So I'm against the overlay. My vote is no, is not yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm John Moore. I've been in Edge Hill since 1958. My brother was born, and I don't know if there's anything I can say that has already been said. Jill Bader has already spoke to you. You remember she spoke to you, and Charles Howell. I did go with her to canvass the neighborhood, and we did find a lot of neighbors that just did not know about it. And some of the neighbors didn't really know what it meant. And some of the yes votes that were already cast were misinformed, we believe. And I just believe that the community does have a common ground, and that would be the tall skinnies. We all love Edge Hill. That's another common ground. Why can't we come back together and get a better assessment of what we want as a community? This is definitely going to divide the community if you do it this way, and we pray that we can work something out. I was going to read this, but I don't need to. So I oppose this legislation as it is written, and we hope we can come up with a better plan as a better assessment of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hey, good evening. My name is Andy Webby. I live at 1504 South Street. I've been in the house since about 2002. It's an old historic home that was built in the late 1890s. Beautiful old home, and I have no intention of tearing it down, but I do not want to lose the right to do that if I want to. I just think I invested in this property, I maintain it, I pay the taxes on it. I just think it's utterly ridiculous to give a third party control of my property in that sense. And I also think it's unfair to other people who have invested in the area, who probably may have bought smaller homes with long-term plans to expand or grow with their families, for them now to have these restrictions placed upon them. I just don't think that is fair, and that this overlay should be opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Hi. My name is Tana Smith. I live and own 1013 15th Avenue South. I'm opposed to the overlay because I would like the freedom to expand on my home as my family grows and stay in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
How do you do? My name is Wanda Lucia Moore. I live at 1212 Villa Place. I have two brothers. One brother is for the historic question, and the other brother is against the historic question. So I asked them both, why have you made this decision? It's the question of building. They're engineers. They like the idea of building. So one is building in East Nashville, one likes to build in South Nashville. I am all out for historic zoning. I was getting ready to step up to the mark with the Fort Negley question. I thought they were going to do something about the wall that I was taught when I was a young girl by my aunt, who was a Metro teacher. She passed away. She said that wall is all over Nashville. So we were going to do something to see what we're going to do next with Fort Negley and the wall, that the community came together as brothers and sisters and fought to keep this city alive. I think that is still a very good plan. That's where I'm coming from, the past. But bringing myself back into the present where everyone else is, I had to decide. So, after both brothers explained it to me, I decided that I was against this decision not because of the beauty of the historic planning, but because the words that were used when I was confronted. And the fact that some of the neighbors did not understand the words that were used. So we thought it best for the community to come together and have a public hearing and discuss this. That was the best part. Brotherly love continue. And that's all I need to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Betty Bader. I am speaking on behalf of Bill and Vicki Swinehart at 1221 Villa. Also, Charles Howe asked me to add that not all of the people opposed to this are community activists or members of different groups or really involved. They're just plain, ordinary people who just want to exercise their own personal property rights. He also said that for all the passion and process that the people in favor of the overlay are stating, they didn't really get everybody involved in a passionate way. Everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Tina Camp, 1607 Villa. I've been in fabric of this community for over 20 years. I can't really echo much of what or add to what has already been said. The overlay, I love Edge Hill area. I love it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be there. But I don't think what we're proposing here represents the entire community. That's a big block of...
We need this to stop. She is holding up a racist thing right here.
No, I'm not.
It is
You're
horrible.
drawing attention to
No,
me. I'm sitting here with
and
my
no one
mouth
is stopping this, and this is horrific.
It's got it right here wherever we can.
No one's stopping this, and we've asked repeatedly for her to stop doing this. This
nobody
woman right here is holding up that we're racist.
I didn't
All
say
sorts of
that.
awful things right here. Is we have to walk past it.
That's not what it
And it's
says.
horrific.
Nobody's asking
You're
anything.
Ma'am, we have asked you repeatedly.
I have read that.
Asking something. You just yelled at me.
No. We're all upset about it, and we've asked.
This is why we are having this.
Ma'am, we're going to take a short recess, okay? Thank you. We all... Do I make myself clear? Okay. Security will be right here, so he'll quickly remove, we'll stop the meeting again and quickly remove you. Okay? Anyone who speaks out of order will be removed. Is that clear? You all are neighbors. Okay. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. That was very disturbing to me. I am about community, and this is exactly what's happening here. This is not what we need to be doing as a community. We have pro people who are for this and those who are opposed, and there has to become a common ground for this because this is angry. And we are not an angry community. We are a loving community. And I don't know what's happening to us, but the fabric here is just ripping. I don't want to tear down my house. I don't want to have us tall, skinny. But I want the right to develop my house and make it personal, make it me, without restrictions on it. This has not been, I think if our councilman had known what was going to happen and had had more depth of understanding with all the neighbors, we might not be here right now, because we would have found some resolve that solved a common ground for all. I am very upset with this, and I implore you to take a look at what you're doing and see if we can find a way to blend and make one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Batia Carabel. My address is 1703 15th Avenue South. I'm reading a letter on behalf of Janet and Kenneth Parham, who live at 1226 Villa Place. I am against the proposed Edge Hill Neighborhood Conservation Overlay. I am 100% against these guidelines being placed on my home property, of which I have happily owned for decades. Many of my neighbors and I are against the overlay, as the conditions and restrictions particular to this type of overlay have been learned, understood, and discussed. Such guidelines are not in keeping with the plans my family has for our home. Please vote against the passing of this proposed Edge Hill overlay. These are my words now. I am here today to express my strong opposition to the proposed Edge Hill overlay. Although I am very concerned about the technicalities of the proposal itself, I am even more concerned about the actions and behaviors of those advocating for the overlay. On numerous occasions, they have provided false and inaccurate information in what I believe is a concerted effort to mislead long-term African American residents of Edge Hill. This is unethical and wrong. Residents opposed to the overlay were designated as pro-overlay on lists submitted by advocates in the application process. This is also unethical and wrong. Additionally, this hearing was delayed to provide an opportunity for the community to meet, to share concerns, and find common ground. Every attempt at every stage of this process to have frank dialogue was refused by those promoting the overlay. In consideration of these factors, moving forward with this overlay would be improper. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Jan White, and I live at 1004 Villa Place, but I'm here to speak on behalf of Brenda Kingdon, who lives at 1706 Villa Place. She's a long-term resident who is very strongly opposed but could not be here. Speaking for myself, I'm an architectural designer, and in my opinion, this neighborhood is very diverse. That's why my husband and I chose to move to it. There are some houses, certainly, that I don't think anyone would ever dream of tearing down. And there are others that need tearing down. But more than anything, if we had wanted to live in a neighborhood that had a conservation overlay, we'd have moved to Franklin or somewhere like that. We chose to live in the heart of the city because we like the diversity. So thank you all, and you have my sympathies because you've been sitting there a long time, but thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Murray, and I live at 1004 Villa Place as well, and I'm opposed, and I will defer further comments. I'm for freedom. I'm against the overlay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Doug Colton. I have a house at 1506 South Street that I bought in 1999. But first, I'm speaking on behalf of Paul Martin, who lives at 1011 15th Avenue South. He wanted me to pass along to you that he's opposed to the overlay. With respect to how I feel about it, I bought my house over 20 years ago. I came here from Seattle, and I watched Seattle explode and blow up way before Nashville ever did. There were great communities that had historic, modern, all mixed together, and that's what's so cool about Edge Hill. When I bought my house you couldn't get anyone to deliver a pizza because it was too dangerous. This was only 20 years ago. Now it's thriving. Everybody can walk to everybody's house. It's a great place to live. My house was built in 1890. I came in and renovated it and made it beautiful again. I don't have any intention of tearing that down. And I don't know anybody who does, that has a beautiful old historic home. The overlay is just not wanted by the community. And that's what I implore you guys to really pay attention to. Because if the community doesn't want it, you can't pass it. And everyone has shown you the great majority doesn't want this. There was a small group, the Edge Hill Coalition, that tried to push this early on, and they said they had a group and they got people to put it up here. But when the community found out about it, everyone exploded, and now you can see we don't want it. So all I can say is, in addition to that, we have asked for a transparent vote. Let's lay our cards on the table. The people for it have absolutely denied a transparent vote. What does that tell you? Please disapprove the overlay.
Thank you.
My name is Susan. My name is Susan Rogers, and I have 904B Villa Place. I'm speaking for Troy Olson, my neighbor at 904A Villa Place, and myself. We're against the overlay. I bought a small house there and ended up having to tear it down because it was found after a past inspection, after I purchased it, to be falling into the ground. And I built 2 tall skinnies and to get my money back. And tried to keep it in the neighborhood look a little bit as best you can when you're building something large. And love the neighbors, love the neighborhood. And this whole activity, both sides, is just distressing. You know, having people knock on your doors, presenting this side, presenting that side, not understanding. I've gone to every meeting I heard about, and it's just awful to see what's happening. And honestly, if I wanted to live in a community that had an overlay on it, I'd live in a gated community where I am agreeable prior to purchasing what color I buy, what color I paint my house, what color, how do I decorate it, what it looks like on the outside. But this is a diverse community. It's changing, it's moving, it's exciting. And to shut it down and say, you know, you can't do this, you can't do that, is just, you can see what it's done to the whole neighborhood. And I implore you to just at least take some time and stop. And please, I'm against the overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm 8th Theresa Whitaker Bynum. You've heard from me. I was born on 12th Avenue 75 years ago. You got my email. I lived at 1004 Villa Place when I was a baby, not in the house that's there now. It was torn down a long time ago, and it's got a beautiful house there now. We lived at 913 when my dad was renting. We bought the house at 1005, which the historic people have put the picture of that's on there, and it's one of those historic buildings. And I own that house now. I represent my sister who owns 1021, and I also own the property with my son at 1007 Villa Place, which was a vacant lot when the city tore that house down. And I bought that property when I lived in New York in 1973, I think. And it sat vacant until we put a building on that house, on that property. I bring up all of that because now in my family we have 3 pieces of property on Villa Place. We have been in that community since the 1940s. We are still part of New Hope Baptist Church. My sister is a very active member there. We are committed to this community. I went to Carter Lawrence School in the 2nd grade. My sister is a retired Metro school teacher. I graduated from Fisk University in the 1960s. We are committed to this community. This neighborhood is more than just the houses that are there. It's the people. We have seen all kinds of changes. It's more than just those houses, but it's diversity. It's the diversity of the architecture that's there, and I'm very proud of what we've got there. I'm opposed to the overlay. Encourage the creativity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Amy Colton, and since 1999, I've owned a home at 1506 South Street that was built in 1890. I'm opposed to the overlay. Jill Bader, Charles Howell, and I have been the leaders of the Edge Hill Neighbors for Truth and Unity. We are mainly a group of residents, not investors, as has been falsely depicted. I'm a retired attorney who practiced law at Waller Lanston, and many months ago when this overlay was first being considered, I was lucky enough to obtain a building permit for my 1890s Queen Anne home, which I love very much. However, once I got my permit, I could not just stand by quietly and watch the injustice I have seen occurring with the promotion of this overlay. A number of long-term residents questioned the way in which their preference for their homes had been depicted on a survey submitted by the Pro-Overlay Group to the council members. When we finally obtained a copy of the survey, which, by the way, they never would give to us, we were able to confirm through door-to-door canvassing that the survey was inaccurate and not a reflection of what many neighbors actually said they wanted for their homes. Please see the document attached to the map, which will show you in yellow the abundance of misrepresentations of people's homes. Please hear us today. We too want to preserve Edge Hill, and through our own diligence from talking to architects, planning, and other attorneys, we came up with a tool that would preserve Edge Hill without the strict parameters of the proposed overlay. We repeatedly tried to reach out across the aisle to the Pro-Overlay Group to discuss those other preservation tools, but they repeatedly rejected our offers. You can see evidence of that in your packet. We tried repeatedly to have a joint agenda to speak to the community, but that was also rejected as well. To date, we have never once had a meeting with a joint agenda. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Councilman, rebuttal?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. And this is not meant as a rebuttal. I just want to be clear, more of an epilogue, if anything else. I did want to express my appreciation again for, first of all, sticking this out, and second of all, for everybody who has done the same in the audience. Again, there is a difficult decision before you. I know you have a staff recommendation of approval. You've heard from pretty eloquent and I think well-reasoned folks on both sides of this. What makes it even particularly more difficult is there are two council members on this, which you would think would make it easier, but maybe not. I do ask that as you make these considerations, that it be done on the, as you always do, basically on the status and of the viability of whether an overlay is an appropriate tool for this area based on the goals that you heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, we'll declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Haynes, you want to go first?
Thanks for everyone staying. It's obviously been a long evening for all of you all, and thanks for being candid. In my 7.5 years on this body, this may be one of the most difficult cases I've heard. There's clearly emotion on both sides, and I'm not sure there's a right answer. And I wish you all would be much more unified. Seems like there's lots of misinformation on both sides. I know this area very well. There is a diversity of housing stock. There's a diversity of housing age. There's a diversity of population. And at this point in time, I'm probably not in favor of this. I'm not sure the conservation overlay is the right tool given the diversity in this area. So I'll listen to the rest of the commissioners.
Commissioner Moore.
So I'm relieved you say you've been here 7 years, and this is one of the hardest because I've been here a few months, and it's definitely the hardest I've heard thus far. To put this into perspective, although I'm very familiar with the area, I took some time to just drive around the community earlier today before the rain. and I felt pretty clearly about it then, not so much now. And I think it's because I'm so thankful that you all came here, even though you may not agree. I think, like Commissioner Haynes says, there's such a diversity on both sides. There's diversity within the community, the housing, diversity on both sides as far as long-time residents and short-term residents. I guess my question is, so this is within a neighborhood maintenance policy, correct? Yes. So we've heard a lot about the fear of tall skinnies in this. So my assumption in looking at this, those necessarily wouldn't fit, or could you just talk a little bit more about?
So sure. This is a difficult, I think, case for the reasons we've talked about. Neighborhood conservation zoning overlays are a little bit of a different animal than, say, an SP zoning where we would look at policy. So I would say for a conservation zoning overlay, there are a couple factors that we consider. The first is the guidance from the historic staff as well as the commission. You'll see on page 46 and 47 of your report, much of that background and analysis is based on historic staff's analysis of this proposal. And so you'll see, for example, under analysis and findings, they've made determinations based on several criteria in the code for how you would determine whether or not an overlay, is appropriate or meets those standards. And there's historic staff here that we can, if you wanted to dig into that a little more, you could ask about that analysis. I would say, so typically planning staff will give great weight to how historic has assessed the boundary as well as the criteria. I would say from a policy perspective, Abby, if you could put up the policy map. Again, we sort of use policy less so than sort of looking at a typical sort of zone change, but in this instance, we have neighborhood maintenance policy that's sort of more to the interior of the neighborhood. We tend to want to guide growth along the corridors, just sort of in principle. So you asked about the appropriateness of having an overlay. That's one factor that we would look at, but those are very broad strokes. I think if you wanted to understand whether or not too tall skinnies are appropriate here, we'd probably want to ask the historic staff what sort of the design guidelines anticipate as part of the overlay. And so that will give you a sense of how sort of the gray areas of your question, if you will.
Yes, so I guess my question was more so if there were not an overlay, and looking at the policy in place.
Right. I think that depends on the zoning. So you'll see that some properties are RS5. So you've got single family zoning there, and then you've got other zonings that are 1 and 2 family R6A. So they may be appropriate there. So unfortunately, I probably can't give you the
I was hoping
silver, right? The exact answer.
So
but I think when you're looking at a big picture context like an overlay, it's very difficult to just sort of uniformly say exactly what would be approved or not. You got to look at a finer grain detail. Lisa, did you or Lee want to add anything to?
I was just going to add that there are some existing zonings in the area that, for example, R6A is a 1 and 2 family, and so that is somewhere where duplexes would be permitted currently today. An overlay would not change that that's permitted. It just may change the form that it takes. Robin could likely speak more to that, but if property is zoned R6A and it meets the standards of the zoning code in regards to lot size, then they would be permitted to build a duplex. Under our zoning code, a duplex can be attached or detached. And so that could be 2 units on 1 lot currently for those properties that are R6A if they meet the standards. And so while it wouldn't change what you're permitted to build, it may just change the form that it takes.
Okay, that's very helpful. I'll continue to listen.
Councilman?
It is hot in here. I'm sorry to be the one bringing this up, but you may want to talk to the building person. So, yes, I was listening to some of the comments from the people opposing the overlay, and it seemed to me that they were not aware of what the overlay will do. For example, talking about an elderly person not being able to make the house age for them, I mean, give them what they needed to be able to stay in place. So I think there is still room for conversation. I've seen this many times in my district, in the council, where people get so wrapped up about something that they are unable to really pay attention to what it is, and they get caught up on the noise of the argument. And I think, I mean, all the information is there. It's been published, you know, what this legislation will do and don't do. So I'm going to support this, but I'm also going to expect the council members to, because they're going to have to be the one defending this in the council, to work with the residents and make sure there is a good conversation about what this is and what it entails, and they decide if they're going to bring it whole or to make adjustments to it. I'm in general in favor of this type of overlay, so that's why I'm supportive. But I'm also telling people that are here today that they still have work to do with the council members, which are the ones that are going to bring it up in the council for a vote.
Commissioner Bichelle.
I really appreciated everybody's comments, and seems like most of them, the comments against, were talking about not being able to be flexible about what you do with your property. And yet, I mean, I know you stated some and you're stating some, but I would just like a teeny bit more clarification on exactly what could they not do under this, if this overlay came about.
I'd like to ask Historic, thank you. And could you introduce yourself, just for folks who...
I'm Robin Ziegler. I'm the Historic Zoning Administrator for the Metro Historic Zoning Commission. And what this would do is just really reviewing design. As you've been told, it doesn't change the use or how properties can be used. So it controls new construction and demolition, both in whole or in part. So it doesn't mean it can't happen, it just means we're looking at how it happens. So someone could add on to their property, someone could demolish a property that's not historic, someone could demolish an outbuilding, they could build a new outbuilding, but again, those design guidelines would give some guidance on how that should happen. Does that help?
So, yeah, so if there's a house that's really not got any historic value, but it's in one of these delineated properties and it was not salvageable, it could still be torn down.
Even if it is salvageable, it could be torn down because the purpose is to preserve the historic character. So we're really looking at preserving those historic buildings.
And then if they wanted to build a new building there, what would they have to do to comply?
Just follow the design guidelines. And that's all context sensitive, so I can't tell you it can be this tall and this wide and this, it'll all depend on the immediate context.
And I've asked this in prior meetings, but I still just want to make sure that I remember it properly. In general, values go up when a conservation overlay is applied over time. Is that correct?
Well, it's hard to say. We haven't done a study here in Nashville, although we do have funding to do one. But studies all over the country show that it doesn't lower property values. At best, it maintains them. Sometimes they go up.
So it seemed to me that there were a lot of people against who were saying that they own historic homes, that they want to keep their homes historic, that they don't want to renovate them, in which case the overlay wouldn't do anything to them anyway because they're already maintaining a historic home, right? So that there would be no change in what they're doing.
Only if they wanted to do something that's new construction or demolition.
Okay.
And we don't review interior work at all.
I really appreciate that. Thanks. It seems to me that it is confusing, the whole survey issue, and I liked what Councilman Bedney said about working with council members in the next phase, but This seems to me that it will maintain the character of the neighborhood, and it will not reduce the flexibility of the people who want to alter their houses in a way that will retain the value. So I would go ahead and vote in favor.
Commissioner.
Edge Hill is such a great place, and it's really unfortunate to see the community divided to this point. I personally think that the overlay is a great idea for all the reasons that have been previously stated, but I don't think that I've been on the commission, I don't know, maybe 4 or so years. I don't think I've ever, seen this much opposition within a community, and I don't think I know for sure I haven't voted for an overlay where there was so much opposition, and I feel uncomfortable at this point supporting it, despite the fact that I do think it's a good idea if there's so much division among the neighbors. So I don't know if that means I would be in favor of another deferral, or I don't know if that means I would just vote no on it. But I do think it's a good idea. I do think there's room for conversation if there were, I guess, cooler heads maybe in time for everyone to actually be transparent about what's going on. I'm not sure if that's possible at this point, but I just feel uncomfortable at this point supporting it.
So it probably would help us if we got kind of where it's at council and just how the bill is tracking before we get to you, Commissioner Tibbs. Is that okay? Since you asked about a deferral, I think that would really help us. Lucy, you want to?
Actually, I'd ask Lisa. So there is a bill, BL 2018-1245, that's already moving through. Can you give us a status of the bill and talk about the rule that that may affect sort of schedule?
Sure. So the bill was introduced at the council on first reading on June 5th. It is scheduled for public hearing at the council on next Tuesday. There is a council rule, their Rules and Procedures, Rule 21, that states that the council can take no action on a second reading and no public hearing until a recommendation has been received from the Planning Commission, or at least 30 days have passed from the date of referral. And so we are in a position here where 30 days have passed from the date of referral. And so they could go ahead and hold the public hearing on Tuesday, absent a Planning Commission recommendation, and then it could continue to move forward without a recommendation.
So I think, bottom lining this, I know that the commission doesn't, it can be difficult when you get a council action sort of tracking, because it puts us in a position where we need to go ahead and make a decision. I think this is an instance where we do, if we want approval or disapproval, to have our voice and advice heard at council, given that we've already deferred it at once. So that is our advice to you.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Tibbs.
So, having been on the Historical Commission, unfortunately, I've seen this several times, unfortunately, and it is sad that the neighborhood gets so torn based on this. And a lot of it is, what I appreciated was there was so many residents on both sides. A lot of times you can really tell by where they say they've lived. I mean, this is truly, apparently, a real neighborhood that is truly split. However, I will say there is 62% of the houses shown, or the structures shown, were contributing. So this neighborhood is over half of, and this is not just the whole neighborhood. This is just, if you see, it's more of like right on the street frontage of it. And when I say contributing, those are houses that are contributing toward the historical, that would, contribute to the conservation overlay. So that's actually pretty good. It's over half. And I think that Councilman Withers kind of started off on a good point to show, you drive through his neighborhood, I don't think you see lack of development by any means. You see a lot that's happening. And since I sit on the commission, I tell you all the time, there is plenty of development going on. Nothing is stifled at all. There's all kind of additions and renovations, and as Robin pointed out, if your building is, or your structure is not contributing, you can do anything to it. And if it is, and most of the people here said that if you do have a contributing house, you didn't want to do anything to it anyway. So it's actually going to work to benefit all the way around. And so much has, in Nashville, has just been and all over the country, so much of the neighborhoods have been just, the character's just been torn away from it. And this is just a tool that is able to keep that character. And I think, if you really get into it, the neighbors will see that this tool is actually a good tool to keeping that character. There's so much history, even history somewhat that I've learned here today, but I've always known that at one time this was a prominent area. And, once those homes are gone, and I always say this, it's gone. There's nothing left. And we can talk about what used to be here, but the thing is, this is a great tool to keep it. And this is a great neighborhood. One of the reasons why it's such a great neighborhood is because of what's there right now. If you go to even across the street where so many houses are gone, it's a totally different neighborhood. It's lost its character. And this neighborhood still has its character. So this was stronger than some of the other neighborhoods that we've actually seen before. So yeah, I'm totally supportive of it. I know it's divisive, but honestly, it's, based on what we do, based on the policy, based on the facts of the matter, there's no reason why we wouldn't approve it. Well, at least why I wouldn't approve it. Like someone, I think the councilman said, which he astutely said, we kind of send this to council now, and the councilman can deal with it and actually talk more about it, and it's going to be coming up on second reading. But from our standpoint, they have met the policy. This meets all the requirements, and for that, I'll vote in favor.
All right, so now is the time for a motion. Who would like to make a motion?
I guess since I did that, I'll say motion to approve with staff recommendation.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Why don't we raise our hands, that way we know the votes. 2, 4, all those opposed? 4 ayes, 3 noes, it passes. We are on. If everybody would quickly move out the hallway so we can finish the meeting. I do want to say thank you for all the neighbors for coming down. I know your safety and our safety is the #1 priority, so we appreciate you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome. We got to continue our meeting.
How we have to move out of here?
Yes, we're coming. Give me a minute.
Yes, ma'am, you're all right. Sure. She's all right.
Okay, well, I'm with her.
I know you were there. I'm talking about the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I mean, everybody else has to do it, but they got some things to discuss. There's still an open session. No, not yet. No. You serious?
Oh, yeah, no, we still have another item.
Huh?
We still have another item.
Oh, y'all do? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Apologize.
All right, yeah, we're still in the meeting. Sorry about that. We are on item 10, and I just want to make sure, is Ms. Brown here? Okay. Item 10. If everybody could please try to, if the staff could help them so we can get finished. Okay, item 10.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Lee Jones. I'll be presenting item 10, 2018 CP 014-002. This is a request to amend the Donaldson Hermitage Old Hickory Community Plan. This request is to amend about 265 acres of T3 residential corridor policy located along Central Pike. And the recommendation is to approve. You can see the properties highlighted here in yellow. The property is located at the Wilson County line to the west. You can see I-40 as a boundary to the south. Old Hickory Boulevard is over to the far edge of the slide here. And you can see Central Pike runs down the center of the area outlined in red, which is the 265 acres that is requested for the plan amendment. The current policy is suburban residential corridor. There is a small area of suburban neighborhood center at the intersection of North New Hope Road and Central Pike. That neighborhood center policy was expanded in the fall to allow a medical office building for an existing building located on Central Pike. The zoning in the area is predominantly RS-15, which is a single-family residential policy which calls for lots at a minimum size of 15,000 square feet. There is a CN property that's zoned MUN, a couple of OR20, and you can see this large SP zoning at South New Hope, which is approved for, it's about 14 acres approved for an assisted living facility. The current uses are office, that assisted living facility is approved, some commercial, but it's predominantly single family, vacant. There are 4 or 5 large churches that front on Central Pike as well, but predominantly single family in character. There have been 2 community meetings held for this request, one back in the fall of 2017 that was related to that adaptive reuse of the building for medical office. And at that time, there was a much larger request. And during the community meeting, folks that attended that meeting felt comfortable extending the neighborhood center policy to allow for that adaptive reuse, but they wanted to look at more of a master planned approach to a broader policy change for the larger area along Central Pike. So that rezoning moved forward with the recommendation of approval from the commission, and then staff worked with Councilman Glover, who's the applicant on this policy change for the 265 acres, to develop a framework plan for the property in response to the community members that came and wanted more of a master plan approach. We developed a framework plan and a supplemental policy that guides land use recommendations, mobility, and connectivity. Land uses are focus intensity along the intersection of New Hope Road and Central Pike, and there's some mobility guidance to create streets and blocks and lots that are called for in the T3 suburban transect. This is an image of the framework plan, and rather than having just a large swath of suburban mixed-use corridor along Central Pike, we worked with several property owners and representatives of the property owners and the council member to develop this framework plan that broke that mixed-use policy up into sub-districts, one being this more intense mixed-use sub sub-district at the intersection of New Hope Road, which is a collector, and you can see that area identified in red. So there's a real interest to not have, large footprint retail uses, but to have smaller shops that were located along Central Pike. So if there were larger footprint uses, they would be located within that red area at this major intersection, but then the rest of the corridor is broken up by streets and created blocks to provide for that smaller footprint mixture of uses along the corridor. Since this property was rezoned for medical office, there was also an interest in this property that is adjacent to I-40 that doesn't have the visibility along Central Pike, but there was an interest in providing for office opportunities in that area that's shaded in blue. And then this dark yellow and then the light yellow are both residential transitions into the single-family character to the north. This request also amends Central Pike from a residential arterial boulevard to a mixed-use arterial boulevard, which has a different sidewalk width and landscape strip. So staff's recommendation is to approve the supplemental policy as well as the amendment to the major and collector street plan.
Thank you, sir. We'll open this item for public hearing, and the applicant is generally the councilman, and the applicant is here, has a representative here.
Yes.
So welcome. 10 minutes, 2 minutes for rebuttal.
No problem. I don't know how you follow that up. I'm Roy Dale with Dale & Associates. Councilman Glover asked me to stay. I told him I would stay because I knew it would be a very short meeting tonight. So, Lee did a great job. I could not even begin to articulate what he mentioned there, but I can tell you that I've attended both the community meetings. Councilman Glover has a vision for this area. I think the policy that was in effect was really more or less just a residential policy, which was encouraging just a lot of possibilities of doing multifamily and not any kind of mixed use at all. And Central Pike is going to be a major corridor. I know he's working with the state on widening Central Pike, and I think he felt like, and the community obviously felt like, that there need to be a mixture of uses there. And so that's what that was the charge that he more or less gave to the staff. I know that Councilman Glover met with the staff, before anything was even presented to the community to make sure that the wishes of the council member and basically what he was told by the community was the sort of a menu of which needed to be done. And so staff did a very good job. I know Anita was involved in this, and she did a very excellent job working with the community. We did have two very large community meetings, and as you can see, I know there's probably someone here that may have questions or concerns, but by and large, the community supports this plan. And so I would encourage you to follow the staff's recommendation and support this change in policy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support? Anyone? Seeing none? Anyone? Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. You have 2 minutes. State your name and your address.
I'm Andy Clark. I live in Franklin, Tennessee. Work for National Healthcare, who owns the corner of Central Pike and New Hope Road. We develop healthcare campuses, skilled nursing, assisted living, memory care, independent living cottages. Our interest would be to improve the density where we could develop the property to serve more potential residents. Our development style is about building community. We want to live within the framework of the land use policy and the current zoning. But our intent would be, we have a SP plan that's already approved. If this plan goes forward, then we would come back under that new land use policy and request additional rezoning. So we would approve, or we would support this approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Make sure we get everybody. Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Welcome. Sorry we're here so late. We had a lot of controversial items.
It was interesting, though.
Thank you.
We're glad you felt it.
We're glad you. So you have 2 minutes. State your name and your address. Thank you.
I'm Darlene Kemp. I live at 6115 North New Hope Road. A year ago, this issue started with one person wanting to increase their parking lot to hold 12 cars. And from that, it's grown to 265 acres. And the letter that I recently got for my property includes my house now, and it wasn't included before. So I live in a very nice neighborhood. We have large lots. I have 3.5 acres myself. And there's some issues that I want to include in this. I'm not for or against it all. I know that progress has to happen and change happens, and I can go with that. But one thing, and luckily Lee said that, is that they are going to look at expanding the road, because right now it's just a 2-lane road with no stoplights in that area. And so it does need to be increased to at least 4 lanes. The other one is the noise level. It's a very quiet neighborhood, and a lot of the people are older than me that live in the neighborhood, and the noise is going to make a big difference. I have deer in my yard every day. I have a fox that comes and visits that we feed. All of that's going to be changing. I want to make sure that the sewers are adequate, because we've been told that 300 apartments are going in a strip mall, and the community has asked to see that, and it has not been shown to us. We've just told that. So I'm worried about that. My property is a little bit lower than the area where they're wanting to put this, and I'm afraid that there will be problems with my property, as other people in the area have septic tanks, and it could cause issues. And the last one is crime. Part of the area on down the road towards Old Hickory Boulevard has some houses with absentee landlords, and there's drug use in that area, and they're planning to open that up. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming down. Welcome.
My name is Bart Brammer. I live at 6115 North New Hope Road. In addition to what Darlene was talking about, the flood stage area with all the building going on, with no new sewers set up, our yard floods now. All of the higher up building that's taking place, and possibly even coming from the new health facility. I don't know about that. I haven't seen the runoff, but all the runoff is coming down now. It's covering the road, it's covering the yard, and there's a flood zone. It even covers by the new addition just a quarter mile down from us. It overflows the road there. I'm wondering what is going to happen when we get all this new structure and the runoff, and the grasses and trees is all gone. I'd like that to be looked into. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am? Welcome.
Thanks. My name is Roberta Brown. I live at 6128 North New Hope Road, sort of almost across the street from them, kind of catty-cornered. And when they talk about runoff, they do have a lot of runoff. We're up higher than they are. We don't get as much as they do. What concerns myself and my neighbors, and I have 2 older neighbors who live up going towards Central Pike, is that this is really going to affect our property. The Waldrons, for some reasons, property is included in this one this time, and they have no idea. I don't even think they got a letter this time. I know they didn't last time, but I'm pretty sure they didn't this time. Just like them, why is their property included? You know, our concern was always when the house was bought on Central Pike that they wanted to make it into a business, then make it into a business with condos, townhouses in the back, which it will not carry. We don't have sewer. You don't have the infrastructure. I have watched 2 of my neighbors next door houses burn almost to the ground because the fire department gets there quick, but they can't get there quick enough. Y'all are talking about developing all of this, and this is like a grand plan, and progress is going to happen. I'm not stupid. I've lived in this town my whole life. I was born and raised. It's going to happen. But infrastructure has to be in place for things to go right, and this is an accident waiting to happen. This is just not right. Things should be put into place for the big, plan to happen. And as for NHC, my husband worked for them. We have no problems with them going in. They run a tight ship, according to my husband. as long as they keep everything hunky-dory over on their side and they keep mowing the grass until they develop the property, I have no problems with that. And that's about the long and short of it. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a lot of times there's confusions when you do land use policies. People think you're zoning property. That's clearly not the case. You know that. You're just sort of setting up a pattern for future so that engineers like myself can look at an area and say, this is an area that could grow. But it also probably helps your planners and helps other agencies of Metro to also say, hey, here's an area that's been identified for growth. Let's start thinking about infrastructure. Let's start thinking about roads, and let's start thinking about water. Let's start thinking about sewer. So I think these are all planning tools, and they're very good. And I think the community sometimes gets confused because they get notifications in the mail and they don't quite understand what's going on. And maybe we need to do a better job informing them. But so this is, as you know, it's a policy change. It's a vision for the future. It sets a pattern to help us to know areas that we should be looking at and areas that we shouldn't. All the problems that the concerns of the citizens, and I'm saying that for them, of stormwater and traffic, and all that has to be addressed when you do a development plan. Nothing is imminent. Nothing's going to happen tomorrow. There'll be a lot of things that have to occur here before you see any growth. So this is a good pattern. This is something that needs to occur. I think this is something the council members are certainly looking forward to. Central Pike is going to grow. It is going to widen, and it doesn't need to all just be residential. There needs to be mixed use. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, we'll declare the public hearing closed. And Commissioner Bichelle, you want to go first? You haven't gone first yet tonight.
Sure. Actually, the rebuttal sort of answered most of my concerns. I was going to ask about what does this have to do with infrastructure development, and I think that was clear that this is just a plan for the future, and it actually might draw in some of that infrastructure development in general. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that the applicant stated that well. When you have areas identified for a change in policy, we do start to look at what infrastructure investments need to be made. And of course, the stormwater folks will be very engaged in any more detailed process. And so there will be an opportunity to look more in depth at the needs here. So stormwater as well as roads.
Okay, thanks. I'll listen.
Councilman?
Yes, and actually, when Councilman Glover said he was going to bring in the rezonings of the parcels as they at a later time, and when that happens, they will put conditions. They'll go in front of the different commissions like stormwater and public works and so forth, and they'll be told, well, to do this, you have to put this detention pond or this type of infrastructure to address whatever deficiencies the site may have. So I will encourage you to stay, sorry, Chair, that I'm talking to them.
You can do that, Councilman.
But pay attention when you get the rezoning information, because that's when you're going to see how they address those things that you're concerned about. But I mean, it looks like a good plan, so I'm okay with it, so I'll support it.
Well, one thing too, Councilman, to add is if there is a rezoning, which oftentimes that is the case, they'll have to come back to the commission. When you change the policy, a lot of times the zoning does not match the policy and it will come back here. So just so everybody knows that. Commissioner Moore.
I think all my questions were answered.
No comments.
Commissioner Tibbs.
No comment.
Why don't we make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve staff recommendations.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And it needed 6 votes. Since it's a community plan, we got 6 ayes, 0 noes. And it passes. We are on to historic. Commissioner Tibbs, anything? Parks?
No report.
Executive Committee, no report. Director?
Yes, I have one very quick announcement. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to the staff for good diligence on a couple of very difficult projects. That's number one. Number two, with the change in schedule with this meeting, our next meeting on 8/9, the report mail out got a little bit sideways because land development has been basically dealing with this meeting. So we are proposing to mail your packets to you or hand deliver them on Monday. This meets all of our requirements in our regulations. It's just where we like to get them to you on Friday to be aggressive. But I think with the 3 meetings in August, that was just going to be a little difficult. So unless you have really strong objections, I think.
They'll read faster.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we'll make them shorter.
Good, okay.
Lisa's glaring at me. Okay, thank you.
Councilman, legislative update, anything?
Happy birthday. I have no, that's it.
All right. I appreciate everybody staying late tonight.
It's very hot in here.
It's very hot. We'll get our director to talk to Billy.
City's saving money. They turned the air off at 7.
Yeah, they're trying to save money from the council. Yeah. I appreciate everybody tonight for their patience. And is there a motion to adjourn? We're adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.